All right, let's call to order this December 11th meeting of the Knox County Audit Committee. And hopefully I've got the mic turned on here, and hopefully I don't turn it off the wrong way. But anyhow, Haley, could you call roll, please?
Jim Morrison.
Here.
Matthew Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Beeler.
Here.
Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
5 members present.
And Commissioner Schoonmaker, would you lead us in the pledge, please, sir?
Would everyone please rise, face our nation's flag, and offer the proper salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I assume everybody got a copy of the last month's meeting, or the last meeting we had in September. Could I have a motion to approve and a second, please?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. There were a few things on there that we talked about a little out of sequence, and one of them had to do with the renewal of the Pew contract, and I think we took care of that in that meeting, but we'll talk again about it just real quickly when Ted comes up to make sure where we are on the contract itself. So with that, we are now on item number 5, and that would be Chris Caldwell.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to share some information with you about how we've started out this fiscal year thus far. We'll talk a little bit about once we get the ACFR done, about how we ended the year. I will tell you that we ended the year in most every fund in a positive standpoint, and so we'll just focus a little bit about how this year is trending as we start the year. The commissioners on this committee will have already heard this information, but we'll share it again. We'll start with hotel motel tax. We've received the first 3 months payments for FY24, and we've received a little over 3.8 compared to about 3.5 million last year. So we're about 304,000 to the good, which is about 8.6% ahead of where we were a year ago. And a year ago, we had our best year ever of hotel motel tax collections, right at, I think, $14 million of collections in hotel motel tax. So that revenue source continues to outpace what we've seen in history, actually. And just focus on a few other just miscellaneous revenue sources. Gasoline tax, we've received 3 months worth of gasoline tax thus far this year. We're about $50,000 ahead of where we were a year ago, which is about 2.75%. Business tax, which both of these we get from the state, 3 months in business tax as well, about 126,000 to the good, which is about 8.4% ahead of where we were a year ago. Wheel tax, we've received about 4 months worth. We've received 4 months of wheel tax. That revenue source is actually down about $262,000, which is about 4.85% negative. And so that's the one bad piece. We'll look at property tax revenue as well. We've received thus far September through November on current property tax, and we're basically flat on current taxes as to where we were a year ago. And so no growth in the current piece. The biggest 2 months that we received in property tax collections will be February and December in that order, really. And so we'll get a much better read of where we are after this month that we're currently in. If you look at delinquent taxes, same period, September through November, we're about 1.2 million ahead of where we were a year ago. If you want to get into percentages, it's about 4,300. I mean, about 4,300% ahead of where we were a year ago. Clerk and master delinquent, which basically means that they have been delinquent greater than 1 year, September through November, is about $149,000 ahead of where we were a year ago, which is about 22% to the positive. Interest and penalty on those delinquent taxes are about $138,000 ahead of where we were a year ago, which is about 28%. Big piece is bank interest earned. July through September is about 1.6 million of where we were a year ago, which is about 268%. So all that deals with Fed rate, right? So our banking contract pays us Fed rate plus 15 bips. And so as that interest rate has went up, our interest revenue has went up. And when it comes down, it will come down, of course. And so local option sales tax, we've received basically 3 months worth of local option sales tax. First month, which would be July collections, I'll just focus on the general, basically on just Knox County as a whole, was about 4.59% ahead of where it was a year ago. You go to the next month of August, the Knox County piece was about 3% ahead of where it was a year ago. Then you get to September, and that percentage is about 0.44% ahead of where it was a year ago. So what we have seen on sales tax collections is basically a leveling off and basically a flattening of their revenue source. And while that's important, I think it's important to talk about, if you've followed any of the state budget hearing news, the state wants you all to know, wants everybody across the state to know that revenue projections are flat, right? And so you're going to hear from the state, there are no monies to be had for your projects. We're going to be very much tight and status quo. I think if you look and you look at what we're seeing on the local option sales tax piece, if that flattens out and that revenue source is flat, Chris Simons would tell you that the state is probably projecting a 1% increase in TISA this year. So if you get a 1% increase in TISA and property tax, and local option sales tax is flat, and we receive our typical growth of property tax of 1.5 to 2%, what does that growth look like for a total budget? It's really what the state is saying as well, right? It's very flat. I think you will see the state propose a state budget this year basically of less than 1% growth. And so I think that's kind of a telling sign of where things are headed. And so I'll take your questions.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Caldwell, on the local option sales tax where it's been decreasing steadily, is the 0.44, did we get compensated for the 90-day cap on groceries?
Yeah, so what the state does is they do a calculation and they make the locals whole for that 3-month sales tax holiday. And so they've not really shared what that calculation is, but it's based on some sort of calculation on what we probably received last year and included some growth. But that does include that. I think what you will see the state do this year, I don't want to speak for them, but I think these sales tax holidays, if your revenue is flat, I don't think you'll see a sales tax 3-month holiday. You may still have the weekend sales tax holiday that they'll do at the start of the school year, but I don't foresee them doing any more sales tax holidays if they continue with their revenue projections being flat.
Okay, and then when do you think we'll receive October's sales?
We will receive October this month, and so typically it's around the 19th or the 20th.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see if we get a lump of coal in our stocking or if we get something better. Pretty good, Ted, wasn't it?
Hey, Chris, looking forward to next month and whenever we have a time to review ACFR. What's that looking like in terms of availability?
Yeah, I think ultimately, we actually had a meeting last week, and if you ask Ted or Perry or myself, we are hopeful that we can have an issue date of 12/31. If it's not done by 12/31, it'll be done shortly thereafter. There's been really not any major hiccups. It's just wrapping up and getting everything completed at this point.
Let's tell you what, let's go ahead and let Ted come up, and Ted, you can talk about that too, as well as maybe the school's report and where that will be. But you give us your regular update first, so.
Okay. Well, yes. First, Ted Holtz, Pew CPAs, Knoxville, Tennessee. As far as the regular update goes on the county audit, we are in the final stages. We have a few loose ends, but nothing major. No areas that remain that haven't been tested at all. It's just loose ends, which is common for this time of year. So from a testing standpoint, we're in good position. Regarding the report itself, I echo what Chris says. We're still shooting for December 31st. It's going to be tight. I don't know if we'll make it or not, but I will also reiterate what Chris said. It's really going to be either 12/31 or shortly thereafter. It's not going to be a long period of time after, because we're close. You get to the end and you're trying to get the 12/31 deadline done, but you also have the holidays and so forth, which affects staffing. And the last thing we want to do is rush the report out, and we want to make sure it has all of the proper levels of review, both internally from the county's perspective and externally through our quality review process. So that's the real question. We are going to have a complete draft of the report ready by the end of the year. That's going to either be in final shape or near final shape. That's what I see. So.
Okay, I heard you say that's the real question. I was kind of looking for the real answer as to, is that something we should assume we're going to need to wait till February meeting, or are we going to be able to, because our next meeting would be mid-January, and I think that might be pushing.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the internal school funds report as well, because we are probably a little behind where we usually are with that report, but we are in draft stage there. We have not yet had the meeting. We're getting ready to set a meeting with Knox County personnel regarding what findings we have, so we can discuss them and draft our final report. The bulk of the report, the first 350 pages or so, they're ready. It's just a matter of getting through the findings section, which is the last 10 or so pages, and submitting them any considerations that we need to have and any tweaks in language that would be appropriate. We're at that stage, but we also recognize we're getting close to the end of the school year before Christmas break, and we like to present to the school board first. School board normally meets in like the first week in January, so we're a little tighter than we'd like to be with that schedule. I think it's safe to say that we can have that meeting as long as we can have our preliminary meeting with Knox County management. Knox County Schools Management, excuse me.
Okay, so, and that would be if if everything works out right, that'd be their first week in January meeting.
So, and I don't know what's going to be the pleasure of the committee regarding whether we want to present the schools report and the county report at the same time, or whether we split them. We often split them, so that's really going to be the question. And getting back to the county report, our process is that we finalize the ACFR first, and we already have our write-up of any potential findings that we would have, but there's a process there as well where we want to have meetings with any departments involved in any findings and get resolution on that and have a clear final product that everyone understands and there's no surprises in. So doing that by mid-January would be tight, but not impossible, because that's pretty much around the period where we would want to present. Both reports would be clearly out and ready sometime in January, so both would be ready before a February meeting, but if you wanted to combine them. But I do think at least one of the reports will be available for a January meeting if you want to have a January meeting as well.
And we're going to come down and discuss the weeks of, or some of the meetings in the next couple of months, but I like having one in January if we can, which I assume would be the schools. And if we had to, don't know if we pick some day other than a workshop Monday or formal meeting Monday, so.
We'll try to avoid a Monday.
Okay. All right, so any other questions of Ted?
I think you wanted me to address the contract as well.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead. And I know we've got Matt and we've got
Yes.
Jay Garrison here also, so.
Correct. Basically, we will draft the contract in early January and submit it to procurement. And
Now,
at
is
that
this-
point, that process will start.
When you're drafting the contract, that's between you and Knox County, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But it also, the contractual terms, although they won't change much, they still go through the legal process as well, reviewed by the legal team. So,
And that's Knox County's legal team?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, and I'd like to make sure that's done too, so.
But I would anticipate that the contract will be available for the next meeting, or certainly no later than a February meeting if we have a February meeting.
And then that would then go to county commission for final approval?
Yes.
Okay.
But if it goes in February, goes to county commission in March, then we're in excellent shape.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can get it done in maybe January then for that,
And that works too, and,
okay.
Matt or Jay are welcome to speak regarding that as well.
Well, I was going to ask Matt or Jay, do you have anything else to say as to where we stand or how this is going to fit your schedule? Hey, Matt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Matt Myers, Knox County Procurement. Your question again, sir, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just wanting to understand if our progress so far or where it looks like it's heading with the Pew version of the contract fits your schedule and needs. I know we in September, we did the go-ahead for another year, correct? I think we approved that.
Yes, we are renewed April 1st of '24 through March 31st of '25.
Okay,
That has been done. So in this coming fall, we would like a decision so we can either, work on the documents or start a new process.
okay. And then the actual process of the draft that Ted will be putting together now for this same, I assume this is the same time period you're talking about, the contract with
believe
Knox
so.
County?
Okay. Well,
Just for clarity, it has been approved, but we still have to go through the state contracting process, and that part of the contract will need to be done and go through this committee. which happens in January, February. So
But we've not seen the January.
I have not drafted
Okay,
the
right.
state contract yet. There's an agreement between the county and us that's been accepted and signed, but there is also a required state contract that the state imposes on all auditors and municipalities. So,
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
I just like to say, I think we have done this for numerous years.
Right.
About 2 different contracts. And I understand there's something that the state issues and Ted and do, but the one I'm, concerned about and, is the one that is approved by the audit committee, is approved by county commission, signed by the mayor and Ted.
Right.
And that one goes April 1 to March 31st.
And while we've agreed to that in context, we've not seen that to actually approve that yet, correct?
So it had, the
That
original
contract.
contract had, yes. We have actually, this body and county commission.
Your mic went out.
Sorry, I put my hand down, slapped it. The renewal has been approved by
Right.
both the audit committee and county commission. So we're good, from my standpoint, through 25,
Okay.
March 31st to 25. I know he's got his state contract that the dates don't necessarily correlate. I'd like for him to somehow, some way, so we could all be working off the same start and end date.
All right, so that's the one that we'll have to approve. Okay, and so the one you were working on or going to be working on has already been agreed to?
yes, that, just for the sake of the microphone, it has been agreed to. There's still the state's language in there, but there's no significant changes from before, and it's not going to contradict anything that's in the agreement that we've already signed.
Okay, all right. I think Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what Mr. Holtz does not affect what Mr. Myers does with his deal. Because my understanding is the comptroller of the Treasury audits the smaller counties in Tennessee. They give the option to the larger counties for us to contract with somebody like Pugh and Associates to do our audit. So the state is just saying they want their criteria to match up with what yours is. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But we're good to go for a year. It's just he's got to satisfy the state's requirement.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Ted, thank you. Do you have anything else? Is that enough?
Nothing else on my list.
We warned you out enough? Okay, well, thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
And next, we've got Chris Simons with the schools.
Chris Simons, Knox County Schools. You should have received the financial summary through October last week. Just kind of running through a lot of that. Chris hit on a lot of what I was going to talk about, so thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Just starting from the top, if you look in that percent of budget received column, that's kind of what I analyze, and then also the comparative. If you think of through October being around 33% of the time, or where we should be at as the kind of the baseline, and then what varies off of that. So I was going to kind of talk about that stuff. As far as local taxes go, revenue-wise, that's showing a little over 15%. That's going to be 2 months of sales tax and then a little bit of property tax at this point. So that's all timing there. Dropping down to state of Tennessee, that's obviously our TISA funds. That's sitting around 30%. There's 10 payments, and we've got 3 in there, so that makes sense. All other, the majority of that is actually indirect costs. So that's money we get back tied to federal dollars. And actually a large chunk of that, probably about 9 million of it, is related to our ESSER dollars. So I'll talk about that a little bit later, but remember that's going away. So that budget number will be a lot lower next year, along with, other things. So that timing wise, that those ESSER dollars will be spent later as the salaries and stuff start coming through, then those revenues will be get higher. Dropping down to expenditures, salaries and benefits, a lot of that, the 26%, appears low because a lot of majority of our contracts begin in August, so we've only got a few months in there, so that percentage makes sense. Contracted services and supplies and materials, those are totally reasonable at this point in time. Debt on construction, capital outlay, that's probably the biggest variance from prior year. Last year, we had sent the transfer over earlier. We've actually already sent that over in the month of December, so you'll see that on future financial summaries. But through October, we hadn't sent it over, so that's kind of that small amount. All other, we actually have some realized savings there regarding our charter school monies that pass through from us to them. When we did the budget, we weren't aware of how TISA was going to flow through to us. We had made a conservative estimate, and so there's actually realized savings there once the state came out and said we want it this way. So we didn't know that until about June, so that was well after the budget was approved. Dropping down.
Chris, could I ask a question on the supplies and materials? Is that where people have just, because of the start of the school year, run out and bought everything they need for the entire year?
Yeah, that one is obviously going to be a lot higher at the beginning, which we want. I mean, I don't want to see that number low and then at the end of the year, everybody's like, oh, I don't spend all my money and, trying to rush and spend all that money for something that's not going to benefit this year, So that's typical in in all of our, each of our years. Like last year at this point, we had actually 40%. So we were actually a little bit higher last year at this point in time. Is there any other questions on that top part? Dropping down to the comparative, looking at this year to last year and kind of comparing our revenue wise, we're slightly higher percentage wise, actual versus budget. And then if you look down at the total expenditures as a whole, that's obviously, like I said, the debt service payment. If we adjusted for the debt service payment, which we have transferred over to the county, we would be at about 31% through October. So that's totally right in line where we would expect to be. I will say just kind of some favorable, I know Larson asked in finance committee to kind of give some favorable, unfavorable type things, and I appreciate that. That's stuff we're internally always trying to talk about and be aware of, but our favorable one obviously is our fund balance. We got very healthy fund balance. After this audit comes out, or after fiscal year 23, we're sitting at about 14% of our fiscal year 24 operating budget. So GFOA guidance recommends having a greater than 10%. And then obviously the state requirement's 3%. So we've got, unless it's for unforeseen circumstances. So we're really healthy there, and that's all unrestricted, and it's close to 2 months of operating for us, mainly payroll. And then that's the favorable side, and then obviously the areas of concern is kind of what Chris mentioned. Definitely the funding sustainability, state funding model with TISA. We had about a 25 to 27% increase from 23 to 24 on that revenue line, and if it goes down to 1%, we live off the growth, so that's going to hurt really bad. And then also, like I said earlier, ESSER funding ends in September of 24, so we're going to get a double whammy there because you have all these expenses that we still have these needs that we're going to roll into general purpose. And then also you got the indirect costs that's attached to that. That's revenue that's going to be going down now. So it's going to be I think it's going to be a hard hit. And then obviously sales tax, like Chris mentioned, that's flattening. For example, I ran, now this is a November, so this would have been November, the amount we received for September collection. So just year over year, like from 22 to 23, we had received about $5 million more from, through November for September collections. Hope that makes sense. Let me know if it doesn't. So that was at this point last year. This year, we're only about 1.3 million over through November/September collection. So you can see it went from 5 million over down to 1.4, so it's, or 1.3, so it's very small amount of growth that we've got on sales tax. Obviously, the economy, consumer spending and unemployment rates and inflation and Fed rates attached to that, all that stuff is a big impact on all three of those. So that's kind of where we're at. Any questions you guys may have?
Going back in time a little bit, I remember when some of the ESSER funding and everything was coming in, there was discussion about how it would be spent, and was it going to be spent for non-reoccurring type items so that you wouldn't have this hit, some years later of having to come up with that money. Is that tracking kind of like y'all had planned, or was there more of it that got permanent spending rather than, just incremental spending back then?
Yeah, I would have to provide you something that would, but I think they tried to do more one-time spending or things that we were going to have to do anyways, and, you have to, there's these certain criteria. It goes in, it's a lot of detail. It's, you have to spend it this way. It has to be for this, this, and this. And it was stuff we were needing to do anyways. So, but I say that to say, it still has to meet these certain criteria. And it could have been upgrades we had to do, but we may have done it another way if we didn't have that funding, So that's kind of where we're at. But I could definitely provide you like a report.
If you could, please.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you go back to the TISA funding? We just heard from Director Caldwell about, the relatively flat year over year. What were you all communicated? What was communicated to you when TISA was announced about, sort of the first 3 years, and how is that matching up to the reality of, or was it so vague that they were like, good luck, we'll see you next year?
I mean, the initial funding was very vague, but we knew it would be a lot of funds. But we were pretty aware that it was going to be a much lower amount the second year coming in. So that's kind of where, we're trying to plan and be ready for this.
Okay, so you were anticipating this sort of flat to...
On TISA, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Chris? Chris, I think that's it, bud. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll send that, or I'll get that report
Okay.
sent to you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you all.
All right, now I think we're going to bring up our new, as the statute calls it, our county auditor, I think is the word they use, but Zach Fullerton took over for Andrea's job as head of internal audit, and he has the enviable task of discussing a couple of reports that were done before he came on board, because we have a couple people out. Richard Pugh's out today had a child born, I think, over the weekend or something. So, and then Wendell's out sick. So, Richard, I'll let you go ahead and just start on the two reports you've got, and then if you want to roll that into the internal audit update package you've got, and then if you'll take us that far, then I'll pick up back on the agenda.
Sure. Well, good afternoon, Audit Committee. I'm Zach Fullerton, Knox County Internal Audit. So this first audit, the EPW fee collection process, this was run by Richard Pugh as the lead auditor. As Jim mentioned, Richard became a father for the first time over the weekend. Emery Cooper, born December 9th at 5 a.m., hopefully a future auditor. But, healthy baby, healthy mother. So congrats to Richard. And of course, that means I'm the lucky person that gets to present his report, right? I tried to familiarize myself with the report and some of the work papers as well as I could. Obviously, the work was done prior to me coming on board. So if there's technical questions, we might need to get back with Richard and get back to you. But that said, the results are fairly straightforward. So let's jump into it. The objective of this audit was to determine if internal controls and processes governing fees collected by EPW are adequately designed and working effectively. To do that, we looked at 3 revenue sources, and if you'll look in the report on page 1, those revenue sources are outlined there. We've got building permits, building inspections, and zoning variances. And you can see that in fiscal year 21, the revenue from that was a little over $2.7 million. In fiscal year 22, it eclipsed $2.8 million. Now, to get at our objective, we essentially asked 3 different questions, and those questions are at the top of page 2. The first was, does EPW have adequate controls in place to ensure completeness and accuracy of service fee transactions? And we found that, yes, they do have adequate controls, and those are built around the data platforms that are presented at the bottom of page 2. And you'll actually see there in the middle of those data platforms, one is Cartograph, and I just think it's interesting, it's sort of a coincidence, but for the commissioners, on the work session agenda today is the renewal for the Cartograph software. So it sort of gives you a little insight into what that software does, and maybe you can make a more informed vote. But that is critical software that they use for their fee processing and fee calculation. So back to our questions. Let me jump down to question 3 there. Are internal controls in place to ensure that EPW properly reviews and approves permit applications in compliance with applicable laws? Again, we found, yes, the Codes Department has a defined and transparent process for that. The process is outlined on page 3. I'm not going to go through the details, but it flows as you would imagine. A member of the public applies for a permit. All permits are reviewed by a Codes Department employee. Plan examiner checks for accuracy, so forth. So no problems there. The third question we ask, which is listed second in the report there, is whether EPW is in compliance with all applicable laws, regulations, and policies related to fee collection, depositing, and accounting. And we found that yes, generally they are. However, we did identify one finding related to TCA 5-8-207A1, which is known colloquially as the 3-day deposit law. Essentially, the law states that within 3 days of the receipt of funds by a county official, those funds must be deposited in the county official's official bank account, right? So our testing here, it was sort of split into 2 different phases, right? One for pre-Cartograph transactions and one for post-Cartograph transactions. The reason we did that is because Cartograph is so important to their process and things substantially changed following its implementation. So for the pre-Cartograph universe, we found that 36 transactions out of 578 fell outside of that 3-day deposit window. In the post-Cartograph universe, only 2 transactions out of 181 fell outside of the 3-day window. So I think what you see there is that Cartograph really helped reduce the instances of noncompliance, but we did still have a 1.1% error rate there. So we made the recommendation, of course, that EPW takes steps to rectify this issue, get the funds deposited in a more timely manner. Thankfully, EPW and the Codes Department, they took immediate action during the course of the audit to remedy the situation. They cross-trained some employees. I think they may have actually hired an additional employee as part of the administrative staff just to more efficiently handle the deposit of those physical checks and ensure timeliness. And since the issue was corrected during the audit, we did not have an official recommendation in the report. So to me, that's really the best case scenario. Problems identified, management takes immediate action, and we don't even have to do a formal recommendation. So kudos to EPW. Now, there were several other testing areas that we looked at, and you can see those on page 5 of the report at the bottom in the chart. We didn't identify any issues, but just wanted to, briefly mention that because these are things that EPW does well, right, that the fees were calculated accurately, any waived permit fees were appropriate, fee reimbursements were accurately recorded, and voided permit fees were applied appropriately. So that's sort of the sum of that audit. I think based on these results, we can say with reasonable assurance that the fee collection and recording process is adequately controlled at EPW. And just a comment that Richard sent me this morning that I wanted to pass along. I don't know if anybody from EPW is here, but he just wanted to thank EPW for their cooperation on the audit and add that it was a pleasure working with them. They were very receptive to the audit, and they were diligent in getting us requested information, which is oftentimes the hardest part of our job, is getting requested information. So thanks to EPW, and he just said, based on the testing, the process seems to be in a very healthy state. So open it up to questions.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you give us an example of a waived permit fee?
I'm sure Richard could. But
Okay. I didn't know if you knew why we'd be waiving permit fees if you're supposed to have a permit.
Sure. I guess we do have one EPW.
Because so in other words, you sampled 26 of those according to the document.
Correct.
Steve Elliott, Director of Development Services, Knox County. Typically, those fees are waived for like Knox County Schools, PBA. When you look at those permits, we don't charge
Governmental.
ourselves a permit fee. So most of those were related to Knox County projects.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
The test there, of course, would have been to determine if those waivers were appropriate based on the criteria that they have. So good to see that they were waiving them correctly and appropriately. So if there's no other questions, we can move on to the next one.
Okay.
The next one, unfortunately, is a little bit more complicated. Knox County Sheriff's Office audit, the non-seized inventory audit. We've done Knox County Sheriff's Office a couple of times in some other inventory areas, and it's been fruitful. So I assume that's why we included this in the fiscal year plan. Again, Wendell was the lead auditor on this. He's unfortunately sick today, so I'm filling in on the presentation. The objective of this audit was to determine if Knox County Sheriff's Office has properly accounted for inventory in the custody of the department or individual employees to include firearms, ammunition, tactical armor, body cams, tasers, and portable radios. So I think it's important to have a little bit of background to sort of put this all into context. KCSO has just over 1,000 employees, and approximately 425 of those are what they call Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission sworn officers. So that's where that POST post acronym comes in that you see throughout the report. All newly hired KCSO law enforcement personnel are either currently post certified, so they would be moving in from another Tennessee jurisdiction. They are certified officers from out of state who go through a modified post certification course, or newly hired cadets that come in and do a 12-week post-certified training course. And KCSO actually has like a full-time training unit which maintains its own professional training staff, and they host a number of specialized trainings throughout the year. So all newly hired KCSO law enforcement personnel are issued their firearms, ammunition, ballistic vests, tasers, and portable radios through that training director or that training unit staff. The IT department for KCSO does handle the issuance of body cams, but mainly everything through the training director and the training unit staff. The inventory for records for those items are maintained in two separate inventory systems, and I think those are on the page, bottom of page 1. So you have RMS for firearms, ballistic vests, portable radios. You have the Axon database system for tasers and body cams. So two systems that we're working with. And we conducted two main tests here, which are at the top of page 2. In test 1, we wanted to tie the system to the physical inventory. So what are the records in the system? Can we verify it, with the individual who owns that inventory? And then test 2 tied the inventory that we have on hand to the system, right? So you're going both ways. In the first test, what we did was identified a sample of 59 officers who have this inventory, and then we met with the officers to verify the issued inventory was recorded correctly in the system. In the second test, we selected 30 items of inventory from the training academy that was present at the location and determined if that inventory was present in the system. So based on our testing and the questions we asked, we identified 6 total findings, with one of them being significant. So I'll try to go through them briefly, each one by one. Finding number 1, which is at the top of page 3, this first issue is really the crux of it, right? It relates to inventory database inaccuracies. You can see in the chart there, the inventory for the 59 employees was tested against the data from RMS, and we had a large number of exceptions. The numbers in red are considered quantitatively significant over a 5% error rate. The second test, in which we tested the hands-on item at the location to the inventory systems, resulted in a record rate of 3.33%, 1 in 30. So of course our recommendation to fix these issues was that the training academy conduct routine inventory audits of all the inventory assigned to personnel. KCSO was receptive to that, stated they would implement monthly monitoring for officers' inventory and ensure that the database discrepancies were rectified. And that was really our only significant finding and probably the biggest takeaway from the engagement. I think the logical question there is like, are these things just walking out the door? No, I think it's more so database problems. Database doesn't get updated appropriately. Things don't get recorded when they're handed out to an officer. And that's the reason that the database is inaccurate, not that the items themselves are gone.
Is that spelled out here somewhere? I haven't read this thoroughly.
I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure that it is, but I can follow up with Wendell and get for sure clarification on that and provide it to you all in an email just to make sure. But
Okay.
That's my understanding based on the conversations that we'd had previously. So on the next page, finding 2.
Can I ask a question regarding what you just talked about? So did it show, like, for instance, a ballistic vest? Is it possible that one deputy, that vest was transferred to another deputy? Did their database show anything of that significance, or?
I don't think that it did. I don't think that it's I don't think it has the functionality to sort of track when it gets transferred from one person to another person. And it also might be a situation where the officer's ballistic vest was used, right? And when it's used, it has to get sent to surplus surplus. And that might not be tracked in the system. So there's some things that can happen outside of just the normal day-to-day that would lead to database errors.
Okay, and then they had no record for ammunition then?
No exceptions for ammunition. So all of the ammunition was accounted for. Basically, if the system says this officer has 50 rounds, that officer was able to come in and say, here are my 50 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the most expensive thing would be the portable radios?
Or the tasers. I mean, with tasers, 18 exceptions, 34.62 rate. I don't really know what the, expense is between the items, but
Okay.
certainly a 34% error rate is even more significant than we would normally see.
Okay.
But do we have any feel for what made up, just on the tasers, for example, the 18 exceptions?
I don't know. I mean, I think tasers are probably more transitory, just like IT equipment. You sort of take it everywhere with you. Maybe you don't take your rounds everywhere. But again, we would follow up with Wendell and let you know what it was specifically about tasers.
Yeah, please do.
That was so significant. So if we turn the page to page 4 and get into the rest of the findings are much lower level. I think probably just standard inventory control gaps that you see in a lot of places. Finding 2 just relates to separation of duties. Basically you would have authorized personnel who issue the firearms and ammunition also conducting inventory counts and putting it into the record of system. So ideally, those functional responsibilities would be segregated to ensure that if an error was made by one person, it was identified by the next person. KCSO stated that due to scheduling, time off, periods of instruction, things of that manner, it's just not practical, right? We don't have the people, we don't have the resources. And I get that. The way around that, I think, and what they're planning to do, the training director is going to periodically review the changes that are made by the personnel for appropriateness to try to mitigate that risk. Finding 3, a lack of inventory system for practice ammunition. So the sheriff actually allocates 50 rounds of practice ammo per certified officer per month. So technically that should be tracked, right? Well, currently it was, at the time of the audit, it was not. So that we recommended just that the sheriff's office initiate sort of a uniform method of issuing the practice ammo to authorized personnel. KCSO agreed. They're going to utilize a sign-in and usage log when someone comes to the training facility. Finding 4, still on page 4 there. During the audit, Wendell actually observed a room that contained non-issuable stored weapons. My assumption is that non-issuable stored weapons are weapons of advanced age or perhaps weapons that have a defect or something wrong with them. They do not maintain records, inventory records for these, because the weapons are no longer actively used. That said, it'd obviously be a much stronger control environment if we had an inventory tracking mechanism for those weapons, which leads into our recommendation. KCSO agreed and stated that they're going to conduct an inventory and maintain documented inventories for all weapons that are considered non-issuable. On the next page, page 5, storage and disposition of body armor. And this sort of gets back to my answer to Commissioner Schoonmaker's question about the disposal of body armor. That also came up in the audit. During the audit, it was noted that there was no designated location for the storage of new or used body armor, and that basically when they sent the items to surplus, there was no documentation retained of that transaction. So we just recommended, a formal policy for the storage of the body armor, properly document the disposal of the equipment with surplus. This issue was actually corrected during the course of the audit, always nice to see. So the recommendation is satisfied. They've got the policy. They have the inventory system now is updated to list the body armor that's issuable and in date versus body armor that is ready to be surplused. And then when they are ready to be surplus, they create a memo of each item with the serial number and have it signed off by the surplus agent when they receive it. And then the last finding, finding 6, still on page 5, just relates to a lack of general orders which articulate sort of the standard inventory procedures. And that's with regards to the things we looked at: firearms, ammunition, body armor, portable radios. We just recommended that these orders or directives be created, and KCSO agreed and stated SOPs will be created pertaining to all phases of their inventory process for these items: issuance, assignment, and accountability. So again, we want to thank the Sheriff's Office for their participation in the audit. I think Wendell really always enjoys working with them. They're very responsive as well, provide the information that we need. And I think the takeaway is that they're on the right track to fill in these gaps and provide good assurance over these inventory processes. It's, as you can imagine, the Sheriff's Office and their employees protect and serve the citizens, right? That's their first goal. So some of this background things can get lost in the shuffle, but I think, when we come in and make these recommendations, they understand it, they accept it, and they're willing to make improvements. So that's what you always want to see. Any questions on that audit?
Any other questions for Zach on that? And I appreciate Wendell's hard work, and I've got a lot of confidence in the work he's done with the Sheriff's Office in the past, so I think we've got some good information here. I may have a few more picky questions, but I'll get with him on that. So, but I appreciate it. And I guess now we are on to your internal audit update.
Sure.
And time-wise, we're running, okay.
I'm pretty long-winded. I don't know how quick I can be, but I'll get through it. So on page 2, obviously, we have the 3 closed projects, 2 that we just heard about, and then the IT security assessment report. We have that was performed by a third-party vendor. We had the option to go into executive session and to discuss that if so desired. But I'll say just briefly that the results on that were very positive. I think there really aren't any significant cybersecurity gaps in the county's IT networks per Dynetics. So they were able to offer some pretty good assurances in that area. And then just as far as to reiterate what Jim said, all of those audits were before my time, so credit to the team for getting them done and keeping it moving forward. Don't want to take any credit for that personally. As far as ongoing projects, we have the contract management audit. It's being led by Richard. So contract management in the county is sort of difficult to wrap your head around. Hopefully Matt won't throw anything at me for saying that, but we have contracts that flow through procurement. We have some that only ever get in front of the law department, and then we have finance contracts. And so there's some difficulties in even wrapping your head around, well, what is our total universe of contracts in the county? So we are in the closing stages of field work on that. I think Richard's intent is to finish it in the coming weeks before he goes on his paternity leave. So we're thankful for him for doing that before he leaves us for a couple of months. We also initiated a fleet management program audit that's being led by Wendell. Pretty quickly wrapped up planning. It's on to the early fieldwork stages. I think he's done a good job of identifying sort of the key risks and testing areas. So I'd say stay tuned on results from that audit in the first quarter of 2024. And then lastly, also performing a control risk evaluation of the health department's fee collection process. A lot of revenue is collected by the health department in fees. So just wanted to get some assurance about the processes that they have currently. Lori Mays is working on that, and she's constructing the process narratives and flows. She was going to be here today, but they called her and said, hey, we've got a process that we need you to see. So she took off and is over there right now, actually. I will say that I didn't realize how many different fees the health department collects. It's actually sort of staggering, and they have a lot of different processes. So sort of a big assignment, but maybe bigger than other CREs, but she's working through it. And I know Kevin Parton's a big help as well. Other items, staffing, always a challenge. We've got 2 open positions. I circulated the post with our local chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors, had the alumni outreach coordinator for the accounting program at UT. He's shared both of those positions on the accounting department's LinkedIn this week. Thanks to Matt for that connection. We did interview a few folks for the staff auditor position, but we just weren't able to find someone meeting the qualifications we're looking for. So if we don't get anybody in the current round, we'll circle back after the new year, maybe put them on Indeed. I think we're going to collaborate with finance and schools finance to attend a recruiting event at UT in February. So hopefully that'll be fruitful. But, it's just a tough market out there. I always say nobody goes to school to be an auditor. It takes a lot of mistakes in life to end up where I am. No, I'm just kidding. And a few companies in Knoxville compete for the very limited talent, right? So it's just a tough market. And I don't want to hire somebody personally just to fill a seat. I won't do that unless the committee tells me to do that. So as far as upcoming projects, I met with Dynetics, the IT vendor, last week to discuss getting them started on a new project. Want to do an applications control engagement, look at some applications that Knox County IT has developed in-house. And so we're sort of working through that process. They're going to get a statement of work for me put together by the end of the year, and hopefully spin that up in January. And then also I mentioned in the update that I sent to you in November that, I want to change our audit plan to a fiscal year schedule. So I guess if we meet in January or February, our next meeting, we can discuss then sort of the game plan for the next 6 months. And then starting July 1st, we would have a full fiscal year 25 plan. If you go to page 4 in your packet, you'll see the overview of completed CREs. I think this is sort of a new way to visualize this information. I don't believe you guys have seen this before. You'll see an assurance rating there for each of the CREs. The first 2, 0%, don't have one because back in 2019, we were still trying to figure out how are we going to do CREs and how are we going to quantitatively report that. But the rest do. And I think the most recent ones that have been completed, maybe since the last audit committee, are the Knox County Schools coupon books and the clerk and master probate data process. Obviously, those had fairly low scores, indicating some deficiencies. The goal there is that the process owners take the information we give them, because what we give them at the end is a flow chart of their process and each gap identified, so they know the holes that they have. The hope is that they will take that back, improve upon their process, but we don't make any formal recommendations out of those. Now, we may choose to do like a follow-up CRE or even potentially even a full audit, but we've got to allow a little bit of time for them to make the improvements that are needed, right?
So basically, the CREs aren't going to result in an immediate audit. You're going to give them chance to
Yeah, that's the goal,
the
is that.
feedback and
Yeah,
then
right.
make sure they've done something.
Yeah, and I know the school coupon book process changed a little bit this year already, and I'm sure you guys have talked about that.
Well, no, I don't think we have.
Oh, okay. Well,
So,
I think they switched to, they accept credit cards now for sure, trying to move
Okay.
away from cash collections, and a few other changes, but I'd have to let schools speak to that. But I mean, I think they're on the right track, and like I said, because those scores are lower, we might want to circle back in the future and get some more assurance in that area. And I think we can do a little bit better job about giving you guys some more information on these CREs. Still trying to figure out what that looks like, maybe a report that's discussed out to you. Right now, we tell the auditee or evaluee, the person that we are evaluating, that it's a non-public report that we give them, which is why we have not previously presented it to the audit committee. We could always do executive session and sort of discuss it.
well, I
but-
think part of the logic, as we had heard it as it was going on, this was going to be a testing ground for, did we need to do more?
Sure.
And so I'm not hearing that as much as we've turned it over to them. And I think we might want to tighten that up a little bit as to how we either get the feedback or what we're going to do with it.
Sure.
And then again, we can talk a little more about it, but that was more my perspective of the intent of how this was supposed to work out. So
Okay.
moving on.
So if we take a look at page 5, we've got the summary of the hotline. I was thinking, it's funny when I was putting this together, every single 8 to 5 job I have ever worked in my life has had some kind of hotline or complaint portal that I've been involved with. And if you haven't worked with one of these before, though, I'd say that 80 to 90% of the things that come through don't have a lot of validity to them. Not to say we don't do some background work or some investigation work on them, but you can fairly easily tell based on the information submitted which ones have some legitimacy to them. Anyway, we've had 7 cases for 2023. 2 of those were received in the last 10 days and are active and ongoing. One's about to close. Other is a little bit more difficult investigation, and if we do go into executive session to talk about the IT report, we might choose to discuss that a little bit in further detail. And again, those visualizations there, the charts, they're a little bit different than what Andrea presented. So I know if there's not data there that you want, feel free to email me, let me know, get it added for future meetings. And then the very last thing is the recommendations. 12 were closed since our last meeting, 6 added from the audit that we just discussed, Sheriff's Office, and total, we've got 17 recommendations currently open and being worked by management. So that's the report.
All right, are there any other questions for Zach on any of these?
Good job.
There's a lot to cover, appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jay.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think
I just wanted to say, Zach, welcome. I know you're drinking from the fire hose, and there's a lot of pending projects, former projects, things in the hopper, things going forward, staffing. This is your first report to the audit committee, and I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the hard work. It's a lot in a short amount of time, but we look forward as you continue to build the staff, continue to sort of work on things to, take the office to the next level, and looking forward to serving on the audit committee to see what we can do to support you and the team.
All right, the next item I want to jump down to is the dates for the next audit committee meetings for this year. We were trying to look at that, and I think we have, January was going to have to be on a Tuesday anyway, if we were to assume that, but,
Can't be there on a Tuesday.
okay,
Can we do a Wednesday?
I can do any day, I think.
A Wednesday in the, yeah, I mean, I can do a Wednesday as long as it's not too late.
So if we did it, and let's see, I'm assuming that's Wednesday, the 17th?
January 17th.
Okay,
I mean, if it's at 3 or 4 o'clock, I can do it. If it's at 5 or later, it would be difficult on a Wednesday.
what works for you guys, 3 o'clock? So we'll do, all right, so, okay, so this is on Wednesday. Wednesday, the 17th, so well, I'll get with Drew and see what we can find out about availability of the room. I'm not sure how it works on, Mondays she can control pretty much, or it's easier. And so we have, that's going to be our first one. It looks like we're still going to need to have something in February based on what we talked about with schools and ACFR and all of that. So I just had a TBD day on that, which I don't know if I'm not even sure when the workshop probably would have been on the 19th. Oh, that's right. They got a weird, in February is the 21st. All right, so, but they were doing something around, wasn't county commission having some scheduling problems or something?
Yeah, I don't think, because we've got a finance committee meeting that day too, beer board, so you might have to do it like a Thursday, the 22nd or something, but you could look at the.
Okay. 21st is fine. Right.
Correct, Chairman?
That sounds, so if that's it, I will look for the 21st is a Wednesday.
Maybe go to a Thursday.
Or 22nd, which is,
Yeah, don't do more on, do it the 22nd then.
all right, we'll see if we can do that. That's a Thursday. Again, I don't know about the time, but we'll shoot for a 3 o'clock. I'm sorry. Okay.
22nd.
And then I don't know that we'll need one in March. I was figuring we'd have either February or March. So I'm going to scratch March for now. I'm not even sure if these other months are,
Leave those blank for now.
yeah, I can come back with those because right now I think those are also Mondays, probably.
Yes.
All right, so given the Monday, you'd rather not have workshop Monday, we would, but maybe Wednesday's better than Tuesday on those.
Wednesday's better than Tuesday.
Okay. So I'll just shoot for these on a Wednesday.
And just to confirm, the 17th, January, I just want to make sure Ted's good with that too for the school's date. I think it was the 13th last year when the school's report came out, so just making sure there's a couple days there to react.
I don't think you're turning.
Okay. I'm keeping up with these dates, and those dates work for my schedule. The January 1 will be tight as far as wrap-up goes, so that's the question mark. I would say we're near 100% sure that we would want to meet in February. If January works, that's great. If not, then we may want to tentatively keep that March date at least as available, unless you want to double up in February.
Probably double up in February, or hopefully we can still get one of them in January. I'd like to think we could get the schools in January if you get your meeting with the school board.
The schools will be dependent entirely on whether we meet the first week in January, because then they won't meet again until the first week in
Right,
February.
and it seems like that's happened the last couple of years, so maybe will, and if it doesn't, then I'll get back with you and we'll
Correct.
go from there.
The audit, I fully expect the audit report for the schools to be done before the time of our January
Right.
meeting for this audit committee.
So you could go ahead and, I don't know when you asked to be put on their agenda, so I'll let you work with that.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to the item 11, the IT security assessment report. The thought process was to go into an executive session on this. We have a lengthy report from the vendor. I don't know that there's anything earth-shattering in it. It's the only way we can really discuss it and let you guys know what was done and the scope of it. So I don't know that it'll be an in-depth meeting. I know you've got to be able to get out of there by 3:30ish, right? something like that, so. Well, if we're in agreement, I need a motion and a second to go into executive session.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
Motion and second, right, with Jay? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes. So the last thing we're going to do now that we've done that is we're going to adjourn this meeting, and we will go up to the mayor's conference room on the 6th floor. We're adjourned.
Any old time you'd like to call around, I'll be here, I'll never let you down. When you turn off the bright lights, when you've seen light of day, just remember the words I said when you went away. They're only paint and powder people living in their world. You won't like that kind of life. You're not that kind of girl. They're only paint and powder people from once upon a time. When you discover all of this, I want you to be mine. When things aren't going just the way you planned, come right back, I'll always understand. When you realize what true love is, when the good life seems far away, catch a boat, a train or an aeroplane, come back home to stay. They're only paint and powder people living in their world. You won't like that kind of life. You're not that kind of girl. They're only paint and powder people from once upon a time. When you discover all of this, I want you to be mine. They're only paint and powder people. They're only paint and powder people. They're only paint and powder people. Let's all be happy. Let's all be happy. Happy through the day. Let's fall in love for the summer. Have lots of fun every
Good afternoon. I call to order the Knox County Beer Board for Monday, December 11th at 4 p.m. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Commissioner Lundy,
Here.
Commissioner Durrett,
Here.
Commissioner Oster,
Here.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Schoonmaker,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Beeler,
Here.
Commissioner Daly, Commissioner Jay,
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
All members present.
Thank you. And I will now, first I need to introduce, to my left is Kathy Daly with the Clerk's Office. To my right, Vice Chair Terry Hill and Director Moyers. I'll now turn it over to Director Moyers to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve last month's meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second. That was motion made by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Director Moyers to swear in our applicants.
All right, if you're here to speak to this board, if you have an application, you're asking this beer board for approval, please stand and raise your right hand. All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, be seated, please. And these occasions, I'm reminded, or asked to remind everybody in the audience that any person lying to or intentionally misleading the Knox County Commission, its committees, subcommittees, or any county board or commission authorized by county ordinance or state statute while testifying as a witness under oath shall be guilty of the offense of civil perjury. So bear that in mind.
Thank you. And if clerk will read the first item.
The first one is L.A. Tapita Latino Store, and it's 7212 Oak Ridge Highway, and that's District 6.
If the applicant could come forward to the podium. Okay. Well, we will come back towards the end and see if they show up. Clerk, if you'll read the second item.
The second one is Cecilina, 1411 Bexter Hill, and that's District 4.
And push down the little right button on the right, make sure your microphone's on. There we go.
Right here? The right one?
It's on.
Okay, awesome.
All right, sir. I'm going to ask you a few questions. First, give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Javier Sendejas, and my address is 12010 Olympic Drive, Farragut, Tennessee.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions here. Are you a resident of the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Is the information on your application current and accurate?
Yes,
Do you understand that you shall make no beer sales to minors?
I do.
All right. Have you or any of your employees at this location been convicted of any violation of the laws regarding possession, sale, manufacture, or transportation of intoxicating liquor, or any crime involving moral turpitude within the past 10 years?
No, that I know.
Okay. Has beer been sold at this location before?
No.
Okay. This is for on-premise consumption only, correct?
Yeah, on premise, yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you own the premises?
Yes. No, it's I lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any business relationship with the owner apart from just leasing the building from him?
No.
Okay. Does anyone else have an interest in your business?
No.
Okay. Who's going to operate the business?
Me and my wife.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Knox County and State of Tennessee beer laws and regulations, and do you agree to conduct your business in conformity with them?
Yes.
Okay. Have you completed the server training program?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that Health Department has not had a chance to look at this. Sheriff's okay with it, codes?
The CO has been issued. It's ready to go.
Okay. Fire Marshal?
Fire Bureau has no issues.
Okay. I'm good. I'm sorry, this is the second one. The Health Department has approved this one. I apologize.
Thank
Sheriff's
you.
got no problem. Yeah.
And before we go to any questions from commissioners, can I get you to spell your last name, please?
Cendejas, C like zebra, Cendejas.
Did you get that? Okay. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I will turn this over to District 4 Commissioner Ward.
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry, you made a motion? Okay, second? Larson, okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed, none? The ayes have it. Thank you, sir, and good luck with your business. We will, if without objection, Commissioner Schoonmaker asked to add an item to the agenda. If you guys are okay with doing that now, give the other applicant a couple more minutes and we can move on. So Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk about just our the agenda procedure. Previously, when we had Beer Board, we received actually agenda and the supporting documents. And since we've now gone to everything electronic, we can pull the agenda off electronically off the commission website, but we don't have the supporting documents. So does the state say that those are confidential now, or is there some reason we're not getting the supporting documents like the application and where it's notarized and all that?
Well, they're public documents, so there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't know, maybe it's just the clerk's office needs to get together with Drew to make sure they get put on the agenda.
Can we do that, or is there?
Kyle looks like he's...
Well, when I pulled it up, it didn't come up.
I just pulled it up too.
You just,
That's it right there.
okay, well,
Just click on the hyperlink.
well, that's what I did. Hold on, maybe mine's, okay, well. Case solved.
The missing email. So if the applicant here for La Tapita Latina Store, okay. Commissioner Hill, would you like to postpone this for a month?
Yes, till the next Beer Board meeting in January, please.
Do we have any other business to come before the Beer Board today? Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Law Director, did you check in to see if that 3-year wipeout is available or not?
Actually, it slipped my mind, but I will get... I forgot to do that, to be very honest, but I'll let you know by Monday at the latest, or I may just look it up and call you tomorrow with it. But I still believe that's correct.
Well, I'd be interested to know, just...
I will have that for you before the end of the week.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, without objection, we are adjourned.
winds are blowing across the marshland. The leaves have left the trees all grim and bare, and the birds fill the sky. They are saying goodbye now that winter's everywhere. The rivers soon will freeze and stop their flowing. No more the sound of summer fills the air. Just the long, lonely cry of the wind passing by. Now that winter's everywhere. You thought that summertime would leave us never. Oh, but suddenly the winter had to show. And now you feel that summer's gone forever. Forever is cold and white with snow. The days grow short and nights are getting longer. And Mother Nature says to all beware. For it's not safe to roam, so you better stay at home. Now that winter's everywhere. You thought that summertime would leave us never. Oh, but suddenly the winter had to show. And now you feel that summer's gone forever. For everywhere is cold and white with snow. It's just the sound of the wind passing by. Now that winter's everywhere. Now that winter's everywhere. to burn. Shines like a neon sign, the Las Vegas kind. You'll find it down the whiskey down on Hollywood and Vine. She heads every rock group that arrives on the coast, and how she makes those place players dream. Where's the shortest of skirts? Brother, it hurts if she dips a little lower your cream. I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes. While this girl could show you puts Egypt in the shade, she specializes in those lost arts. She has the strangest cues, these incredible views. She turned the city fathers onto photographic art. Wouldn't sign a contract down a Metro or Fox. They said it broke the Okies' heart. Nonsense Harlow or Turner, as they had a big earner, he offered her the juiciest part. All right, I could not believe my eyes. None of my talents helped my balance. I was overwhelmed. The grateful sent presents from the pawn shop down east. They say she's never late with the rent. So if you're thinking of cash, and your gesture's not rash, you're planning for the future, then you're tanked up and ready like a hit on a spike. The canyon lady ready to burn, shines like a neon sign, the Las Vegas kind. You find her at the whiskey down on Hollywood and Vine. I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes. Hey! I could not believe my
I'm calling to order the agenda workshop session for Monday, December 11th, 2023. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lundy,
Here.
Commissioner Durrett. Here. Commissioner Oster. Here. Commissioner Ward.
Here.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Beeler.
Here.
Commissioner Daly.
Here.
Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
All 11 members are present.
Thank you. To my far right is also Mike Moyers, our Assistant Law Director, and to my left is Kelly Evans and Kim Ellis, both from the Clerk's Office. Are there any elected officials in the audience that I need to recognize? I do see Mr. Smith back there, Randy Smith, our former commissioner and former chair. Thank you for being here tonight. Seeing none, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Ward.
Please stand, face the flag, remove any caps you may have. I pledge allegiance
To the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Directing your attention, please, to our agenda. We've got the following changes. Already added are items 25, 41, 51, and 57. Deferred until January, items 40 and 45. Deferred until February is item 55, and deferred to March is item 39. We have no withdrawals. Our non-consent, items 1 through 12, 22, 24, 26, 34, 35, 42, 44, 47, 51 through 54, 56, 57, and 58. Do I need to repeat those? All right. May I have a motion to set the agenda?
Motion to set the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Durrett, second by Jay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, please.
Item number 1 is Resolution 101, recognizing Bella's Blessings for partnering with East Tennessee Children's Hospitals to support families who are unexpectedly admitted for any type of illness.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation.
Second.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation by Durrett, second by Lundy. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 2 is Resolution 102, honoring Kelly Schultz upon her retirement from Knoxville Habitat for Humanity.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation.
We have a motion by Frazier, a second by Durrett to move forward without recommendation. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 3, Resolution 103, honoring Brian Brooks for earning the rank of Eagle Scout.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Durrett, second by Schoonmaker. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Hill and Commission. I want to introduce to you Brian Brooks Jr., who is a resident of District 2 and is a newly earned Eagle Scout. So can we just go ahead and give him a round of applause for that? And I actually got contacted by this young man, I guess it was during COVID. He was trying to do his Eagle Scout project and COVID happened. And so I hadn't met him. He sent me this wonderfully well-written letter asking for support of his project for gun safety at home. And I jumped at the chance to support him, and here we are today. And I was fortunate enough to be able to attend his Eagle Scout ceremony last week. Him and another young man both received their Eagle Scout ranking, and so I wanted to take this chance to honor him. And with that, I will read this resolution. Whereas Brian Brooks Jr. is a dedicated member of Boy Scout Troop 213 who recently earned the rank of Eagle Scout. And whereas the Eagle Scout rank is the highest advancement rank in the Boy Scout program and represents leadership, perseverance, maturity, and responsibility, requiring a scout to plan, develop, and give leadership to a project of help to a religious group, school, or community. And whereas Brian has been an active participant in scouting throughout his youth, with his scouting journey beginning in Cub Scouts, where he progressed through every rank, ultimately serving as the senior patrol leader of the Timberwolves pack. And whereas Brian's passion for the outdoors was nurtured through week-long camping trips at Camp Buck Tom's, where he not only honed his rifle shooting skills, winning the Best Rifle Shooter Award, but also discovered a love for welding. And whereas throughout his scouting career, Brian has consistently participated in community-focused activities, such as annual Memorial Day flag placement, food drives, and popcorn fundraisers. And whereas Brian's commitment to scouting culminated in his Eagle Scout Service project, Project Peace Knoxville, which he began in 2021 in response to the alarming number of gun-related incidents in his city. And whereas through Project Peace Knoxville, Brian distributed gun safety locks and educational brochures to the Knoxville community, aspiring to reduce incidents of accidental firings by minors. And whereas Brian successfully completed his final Eagle Scout Project panel interview on September 28, 2023, and has been honored with the rank of Eagle Scout. And whereas, as a high school senior at the Career Magnet Academy, Brian is working towards an advanced manufacturing certificate, and his interest in mechanics extends beyond the classroom as he occasionally interns as an automotive mechanic at David's Tire Pros. And whereas the Knox County Commission desires to recognize and congratulate Brian Brooks Jr. for earning the honorable rank of Eagle Scout and for his project with greatly contributed to the betterment of our community. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commission of Knox County as follows. The Knox County Commission hereby honors Brian Brooks Jr. for achieving the coveted rank of Eagle Scout by demonstrating his leadership skills, resourcefulness, dedication to serving others, and outdoor skills. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Brian Brooks Jr., and in doing so, wish the Eagle Scout continued success in his future endeavors. Be it further resolved that this resolution is to take effect from and after its passage as provided by the Charter of Knox County, Tennessee, the public welfare requiring it. Mr. Brooks, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would. Let me unlock my phone real quick. Okay. So, as I stand before this esteemed gathering this evening, I'm filled with an immense gratitude. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Mayor India Kincannon, County Mayor Jacobs, District Attorney Charmaine Allen, County Commissioner Courtney Durrett, and the dedicated officers at the Knoxville Police Department. And also Ms. Kira Wyatt, who is the Executive Director at Connect Ministries. And last, but certainly not least, my Scoutmaster, Mr. Eric Underwood. Your leadership and support, and then also belief in my Eagle Scout project, Project Peace, has been invaluable. The encouragement and guidance I received from each one of you has not only shaped my project, but has also played a crucial role in my personal growth and development. Thank you for standing by me and for your unwavering commitment to my East Knox community. Thank you.
And commissioners, if you wouldn't mind, we would like to do a photo.
Good night for Thank you. Before we get to public forum, just a moment of privilege. Our superintendent, Mr. Reiswick, gave us these annual reports, and I love the title, KCS Reimagined, and without objection, I'd like him to just come forward for just 2 or 3 minutes, please, and give us a quick rundown about what's going on with Knox County Schools and looking to our future.
Oops. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. No, thank you.
I need your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. John Reiswick, Knox County.
Thank you.
So we're excited, and thanks for letting us share with you. That's our annual report. To my knowledge, I don't think we've ever done one of those in Knox County Schools. So it's just important for us to, we continue to say we're really about 4 things that are our 4 priorities that we think Knox County School is uniquely positioned to do as a school system in our community. Again, we understand we're not the full community. We're just a piece of the community, but we are charged with raising the next generation. So for us, it's really about excellence in foundational skills, and that really talks about early literacy and those skills leading up to Algebra 1 and proficiency there, because working with the chamber, 5 of the top 10 jobs for the future will be STEM-related jobs in Knoxville, so that's a focus of ours. Second is our great educators, and that's both our teachers that really are the face of everything that we do every day. They're the ones who teach the students. They're the ones who respond back to our parents and interact, and then also the principals that run those schools, because without good leadership, it's easy to go astray and not know what you're focused on. So that's kind of our great educators. When we focus on our college and career readiness aspect of that, that's really talking about what we said. Core to our mission is we understand if we're not getting students ready for life after graduation, there's no one else who else is doing that. So for us, that's a lot of focus. A lot of you are familiar with the 865 work that we're doing to reimagine our high schools, really bring business into our high schools. I know this past year we've had over 340 businesses that have come in and been part of our schools, and that's kind of 3 ways for us. For our freshman academy, they come in and they speak as guest speakers just to expose these students to kind of local businesses that are there. The sophomore year is when they begin to do field trips, and they actually go out to different places of business to see what that looks like and be exposed to those. We don't have any yet in this, but junior and senior year, they'll hopefully get internships and move into that, as well as our teachers have had externships, and that's kind of been fun. You know, teachers often get asked, when will I ever use this? And so we've been able to get them out to some different businesses, to UT Hospital. I know they were able to go to the simulation labs and teachers spend some time and do some of those things. So been really received by the local business, because our goal is that they all stay in Knox County and again are the next generation and the workers and know what employers are out there for us. And then finally, our final priority is success for every student, and that really just kind of acknowledges that all students, you know, they're not widgets. They don't start at the same place. They all have different challenges, different backgrounds, And it's really our job to try to shore those up and to get students those obstacles to their learning removed as fast as possible. If it's a language barrier, if it's a special needs barrier, if it's different kind of mental health challenges, that we have supports in place for all those students. So for us, it's really just a focus in there and making sure that we're moving toward that. And there's lots of metrics in there that we've tried to hit. We've had a great year this year, thanks to our teachers and principals. One we're probably most proud of, a lot's been talked about third grade reading. Our third grade proficiency was the highest it's ever been in Knox County. We're at 43.3% of our third graders proficient. Again, a lot of work from parents, a lot of work for teachers, a lot of work from principals to get that done. We're really excited about that just as we're moving forward. But it's kind of hard to believe, like we've kind of been in for 18 months now. It doesn't seem like it's been that long. But we're just getting started. So we've got a lot of new initiatives too that we're launching out of that. You'll hear some of those things coming up this spring. We're doing a literacy deep dive. Dr. Wilson's leading that for us, really just to trying to get a baseline of where we are in literacy across the board in all 50 of our elementary schools. You'll hear an initiative that we're going to launch for a recruitment effort that we have. We're working right now to get that built. And I'll hold the name on that one so Ms. Himmelgarn can introduce that soon. We're doing a facilities assessment. It's been a long time since we've done that, so we want to make sure when we come and talk about what needs to be done on our fiscal management side, Dr. Adams is leading that for us, that we actually have a long-term plan that we're looking and working off of with data to prove that, as well as a salary study, again, that Ms. Himmelgarn is leading for us so that we make sure that our salaries are competitive market-wise. Thanks to you all and commission support, third year in a row, we've been able to do a 4% raise for our teachers. That was a big highlight, and we have a continued commitment to do that in future years as well, and trying to be fiscally responsible. I know we're getting ready to go into budget season, and I know my assistant superintendents, we're going to have a lot of conversations in January about budget justifications that are aligned to these priorities. Our goal is to do what we can with the money we have before we ask for more money, and so that's always been a focus of ours. We'll continue to do that. So we're real excited. Again, feel like we're just getting started, but this will give you a little look into kind of the work that we've been doing as a school system. And again, appreciate the commission and your all support of education across the board. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Did anybody have any brief questions? Thank you so much, John, for coming. We're very proud of our schools. Thank you. Moving on to public forum. Our first speaker is Mike Arms. Mike is addressing agenda item 55, which has been deferred, but since it was listed on the agenda, I'm letting him go ahead and speak.
This side before. Mike Arms, 201 Ivy Gate Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37933. I'm here as Knox County's designee to the LCUB board. And also, just a little insight, our company serves as executive director for the Association of Tennessee Valley Governments. So I've worked with utilities in 200 counties. And the point I want to make about this ordinance 55 is this. I read it, the LCUB folks read it, and felt like there's an unusual amount of onus put on the two utilities. So the utilities were asked for their positions and submitted a lot of comments in a public forum. And then on December the 4th, when the ordinance was finalized for this session, it went back to these utilities, and they couldn't believe it. None of their comments were considered. And if you read this ordinance, you'll see that some of the statements in there now are just outrageous. So just a little background on LCUB. They have about 20,000 poles in Knox County. I'm not here speaking for KUB, but I know they have about 50,000 poles outside of Knox County. You're talking about 70,000 poles outside the city limits. If you read this ordinance, you would think that maybe danger poles and damage poles are issues. If you talk to Mr. Snowden, you'll realize that any danger or dangerous pole that's identified is removed within 24 hours and replaced. I know Commissioner Oster had an issue with a pole that may have caused a visual problem, and and she contacted LCUB, and LCUB had that pole removed, working with the owners of the attachment within a matter of days. So when we move forward on this ordinance, if you decide to move forward, I know it's still 60 days away, I can tell you that your engineering department will have to spend exorbitant time working with the telecommunications folks and the utilities to come up with something that's workable. And when I go back and look at the tone set in this ordinance, and I'll give you an example, straight from the ordinance. Well, there's a section that basically says that a utility can be basically banned from doing business, taken its permits taken away, and no longer allowed to apply for new permits. Now think about that, Commissioner Schoonmaker, for your district. That would mean that new school we're talking about in Farragut would have to have a lot of solar panels. And Chairman Hill, I know we could control development in Hardin Valley if LCB wasn't allowed to work there anymore. The real issue when I look at this is a simple fact that electric rates are composed in the aggregate, which means any dollars that a utility spends, and this is 254 utilities throughout the valley, the rate dollars have to be distributed among all ratepayers. So any dollars that this commission wants LCUB or KUB to spend on this issue will be paid for by Roane County citizens. You can discuss that with Roane County Commission, Anderson County, Loudoun County, Granger County, and for districts 1, 2, 3, and 4, all your city residents will be paying for this work to be done, although it's outside your jurisdiction. What also bothered me about this ordinance was the person who appoints the KUB board sits in this very building. I know no one approached the LCUB board and said, we have an issue, let's work together to solve it. I've checked, no one went to the KUB board and said, we have an issue, let's solve it. I think a better resolution would be, instead of an ordinance, would be a resolution asking for all the telecoms and all the utilities to maybe start bi-monthly meetings in how we resolve this problem. But I'll tell you this, it can't be resolved by January the 1st, 2026. And I know this, LCUB replaces 3,000 poles a year. It's not that this problem is being ignored, but if you think you're going to solve it in 2 years and start penalizing people $1,000 a day for a pole, you're going to have some upset utility members.
Could you wrap it up, please?
I'm wrapping it up right now.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, thank you. I do see a light, since we have allowed a speaker to speak. Something's not on the agenda, we will allow a public forum from commission comment. Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd just like to say that there's a reason that this has already been deferred till February. And I find it a little disingenuous that Mr. Arms wouldn't give you the whole facts, which were not only have we had 2 meetings with all of the telecoms who showed up, we issued a new ordinance, I think it was this morning, based upon many of those comments. Another meeting is scheduled for Monday the 18th with all of the telecom who wish to participate and show up. And another meeting has been set for January to also come together to find ways to do a resolution, which is why it is moved forward to February, and it is not in final form. So I don't think it's appropriate to debate something that isn't in final form, that is being worked on, and that's specifically why I put it forward to be delayed a few months and to continue to find a resolution. And I won't speak to the merits of the ordinance until it's presented in final form, and we'll do that down the road. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing no other lights, our next public speaker is Tina Sparks. Is Tina here? Ms. Sparks is speaking to item 25. If you give us your name and county of residence, you'll have 5 minutes to speak, Ms. Sparks.
My name is Tina Sparks, and I live in Knox County. So the item 25, I came when I was filling out online my that I wanted to speak to this item. You have the choice. You have for, against, or neutral, and I clicked on neutral. That's because this item refers to the agreement that the Knox County Sheriff's Department and Helen Ross McNabb have already entered into, or have entered into back in November. And so today, this item number 25, has to do with how much the services are going to cost. And that's the way I understood this to be. Let's say for the pricing for evaluation and for CIT, critical intervention training, and for fitness of duty. So it's $414 for the evaluation to see if the person is up to doing the job, and the fitness of duty, $1,028, and the crisis services intervention, $85. So that doesn't sound like a whole lot of money, and it's probably not. But that is but we need to remember what this money is being used for. It's for the entire Knox County Sheriff's Department, correction facilities. I would say the officers in the school, the resource officers, if they are having difficulties of any type. Now let me say one thing very quickly. I am in total agreement. Our law enforcement, both Knox County Sheriff and KPD, they operate under a stress level that I have no idea, and I don't think any of you have it as well. I can't even imagine what they go through every single day. That being said, that is their job that they have. That is their job that they have trained for and aspired to, and so they do need these services. So I just want to make sure that I understand this item, that this correctly, that it applies to all of Knox County law enforcement and the Sheriff's Department. And when you go on the Sheriff's Department website, you can see the divisions, and one of the divisions is juvenile. And I think that this money that's going to be spent to help evaluate, train, counsel, must also include evaluation, training, and counsel to the folk at the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Detention Center. They, too, operate under a lot of stress. The children in their charge, a lot of stress, something that we would never know anything about. So I just want to make it clear that this money is going to be spent for this training and for this group of people, the law enforcement, and I think it's a KPD, Knox County. They all will benefit from this. But I want to make sure that the Richard L. Bean Juvenile Detention Center is part of this, because there are some folk there that really need some counseling, that really need maybe to go back and have some more training, that need evaluation. And that evaluation, I think, can come from you all, can come from our county mayor, can come from Judge Irwin. These are from John Valiant and the other board trustee members. This is important that we recognize these folk and we ask them to please do their job. Please do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We also have a second speaker, also on item number 25, Rick Roach. Is Mr. Roach here? Mr. Roach, as you're coming forward, if you'd please give us your name and county of residence, and I'll give you 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Rick Roach, Knox County. Item 25 references, of course, as has been stated, mental health services and the contract between Helen Russ McNabb and Knox County Sheriff's Department specifically, as I can read it. And again, I'm going to go straight to it. Under Knox County Sheriff's Department, we have a situation with the Richard L. Beans Center, Juvenile Detention Center. Has not gotten Knox County any great publicity. We've had everyone from the county mayor to the chairman of the trustee board to Judge Irwin, juvenile court judge, literally make excuses that came out of the, I've heard the audio of the interview that was done with Richard L. Bean, and I'll say this, I find it real strange that, you know, you have Richard L. Bean as still the superintendent of the Richard L. Bean Center. Retire him and then name the center after him. He's done that great a job. Obviously, he has not done that great a job. And no one wants to take responsibility. How do we get that man out of there? Fine, say he's done a great job. He needs to go. He needs to go. I don't care how it's done, but he needs to go. Sheriff's Department, trustee board, county mayor, juvenile court judge. I think you guys may have had some type of informational meeting with the law director about some of this, maybe. And could anyone speak to that about what you understand the top to bottom responsibilities are and who has purview over this, in this case, this man? Because if any of you have heard that interview that he did, you would understand that there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect. And it should be spoken to and addressed first by you guys and next by any other administrative officials who have purview over his position. But I don't think that's going to happen because time and again, we have seen how county commission has let things just slip through the cracks, okay? And the word is, yes, he can't be touched because he's been there so long and he's, quote, done so much. Oh, and we make excuses. Well, he has a certain way of talking to people and he's got this great heart or whatever, blah, blah, blah. When you say some of the stuff that he said, go back and listen to the NPR report. You can get it online. Listen to the 4-minute interview that he did. And you can just, I'm sorry, he takes good old boy to a different level. And it's shameful. It's shameful. It's shameful. And yet we have John Valiant making excuses. Making excuses. And I don't care to go into the process of how he was appointed as chairman or to the trustee board and is now chairman. I don't want to even address that part, okay? But I'm telling you guys, there has to be some accountability at some point in time. And if you guys don't do it, if you all don't start, make a phone call, have a heart-to-heart conversation. I don't know if you already have or not, okay? But I'm not seeing any results. I don't think most of Knox County is seeing any results of this, because that was a shameful thing that he felt so relaxed that he could say what he said in the interview. You, even in jest, you don't talk like that about young people and about what you've been doing with those young people over 50 years. It's shameful, and you all should be ashamed for letting it go on this long, continuing that process.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. I would like to just state that this commission has no hire or fire authority over the Richard Bean Juvenile Detention Facility. Next item, please.
Next item is approval of minutes from the previous meeting.
Do I have a motion? Who made that motion? Motion by Daly, second by Beeler. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk?
Item number 4 is consideration of the acceptance of new county roads. A, Deer Crossing Drive. B, Willow Leaf Lane. C, White Sycamore Lane, all located in Ironwood Glen, District 6.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jay, second by Daly. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 4 is consideration of the closure of a portion of Old Dandridge Stagecoach Lane located in District 8. The proposed new terminus will be approximately 25 feet northeast of the southernmost intersecting corner between property now belonging to Pierce, parcel ID 097-168, and property now belonging to Nichols, parcel ID 084-224, and this is on second reading.
Motion to approve.
Motion to move forward. No recommendation.
Second.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation by Beeler, second by Frazier. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 6 is line item transfers.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Jay, second by Schoonmaker. Any discussion? I just want to make a comment that you will check your agenda because that has been just recently updated. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 7, budget amendments.
Motion to move forward without recommendation.
Second.
Motion to move forward, no recommendation by Jay, second by Schoonmaker. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 8, spread of record, the Knox County Mayor's order reappointing Charles Marth to the Board of Commissioners of the West Knox Utility District. Item number 9, spread of record, the Knox County Law Director's Office election of Michelle Ellis to serve as its representative on the Knox County Employee Insurance Benefits Committee for a term beginning January 1st, 2024 and ending December 31st, 2027. Item number 10, spread of record, the Public Defender's Office election of Sandra Protopapa to serve as its representative on the Knox County Employee Insurance Benefits Committee beginning January 1st, 2024 and expiring December 31st, 2027. Item number 11, spread of record of Employee Insurance Benefit Committee newly elected representatives, centralized election participants only. Item number 12, spread of record revisions to the Knox County procurement regulations.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 22 is Resolution 110, confirming the Knox County Mayor's the appointment of Herman Lathers and one other individual to the Knox County Emergency Communications District Board of Directors. Term expires January 1st, 2028.
Do we have a motion on the name presented?
Move forward, no recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Daly, second by Schoonmaker to move forward with no recommendation. I can't speak to that. This is a mayor's appointment.
Will we have one next week?
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 24, Resolution 112, appointing 2 commissioners to the Arena Use Committee. Term expires December 31st, 2025.
Thank you. To my understanding, this is a committee that meets once a year. Would that be correct? Speaking to Commissioner Durrett, are you currently on this committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am, I am currently on this committee, but we have met once since I have been on it.
All right. Is there anyone that would like to have their name proposed? I see Commissioner Jay, I see Commissioner Lee. Are there any others that would be interested in serving?
Can I just make a comment?
You certainly can.
I think the reason that the committee is not met is there's an interim senior vice chancellor of finance, Alan Bolton, and I'm not sure they're aware they need to have a meeting. And I think that's why the last 2 years we haven't had a meeting. But it goes back to the initial agreement when we were involved with the building of Thompson Bowling Arena. So I guess maybe the law department can find out what the requirements are if there is supposed to be a yearly meeting, because they've not met. And one of the other people is still involved with that used to organize the meeting, Sarah Hole. She's still in that department, but we haven't heard anything from them, so.
Thank you.
Lights are on.
Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Come on. Thank you, Madam Chair. The January 1st, the Tennessee Athletics Department will be taking over Thompson Bowling Arena. So there's going to be new management then. So whoever's on this board probably needs to reach out to see what their focus is, what they want to do in the future. But it's going to change come January 1st. Athletics takes over Thompson Bowling Arena.
Oh, instead of finance.
Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move that we approve this resolution appointing Commissioner Jay and Commissioner Lee to the Arena Use Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a proper motion and a second on the floor. Commissioner Jay, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to serve on the committee just to figure out what it does and why we need it. Since I think my very first year here, we dug into the details, and the whole reason for the committee was Knox County was one of 3 guarantors of the debt, the bonds, to pay for Thompson Bowling Arena. And after the bonds were paid off after 20 years, which they were paid off after 20 years, the agreement went away. We ended up being just a guarantor of the debt, but never had to pay anything. And the whole process went away, but somehow the committee just stayed in perpetuity. So I'm happy to learn more about it. I think ultimately I'd like to go to the Rules Committee, unless there's we don't manage it, we don't own it, we don't operate it, we don't program it. It's not in our purview and jurisdiction, but I'll learn more, and if it continues to be something that doesn't seem of value to this commission, I probably will go to the Rules Committee and ask for it just to be dissolved, because I think it's just one additional thing we don't need. But I'm happy to learn more before that happens.
Thank you, Well, Commissioner Jay and Commissioner Lee. Then we'll trust that you will find some answers and bring it back to us. We have a proper motion and second on the floor. Seeing no further lights, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 26 is Resolution 401, approving a construction contract in the amount of $1,560,718.50 with APAC Atlantic, Inc. for the Carter Schools Sidewalk Improvements Project.
All right. I do have Commissioner wanting to speak to that. May I have a motion to approve or move forward without recommendation?
Motion to approve.
And all right. We have a proper motion by Commissioner Beeler on the floor, a second by Jay to move forward without recommendation. Commissioner Beeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this because I wanted to make just a few comments about it. I just wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to Mr. Snowden and his team and Mayor Jacobs and his folks for coming up with this project to connect the Carter schools. I think this will be a great, it'll be a great addition to East Knox County for connectivity and just safe navigation because those schools are close together, but they're far enough apart to where and the ballpark is right there in the middle of them. So this, I think anything that comes to safety within our school zones is worth the investment. So I just want to thank them for bringing this forward, and I enthusiastically support it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
It is
To approve. All right. Restate with motion to approve. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 34, Resolution 702, approving the adoption of the System-Wide Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Thank you. If I could ask Director Mack to come forward, please. I know that we all got a copy of this. It was quite lengthy. I actually spent a little time studying it and would just like to hear some comments from Mr. Mack, actually about how you really will intend to use this.
Yes, ma'am. Joseph Mack, 2447 Sutherland Avenue. The intent behind the Parks Master Plan and any master plan is actually a living document, gives us the ability to request funds, to implement a comprehensive preventive maintenance plan based on the information that we got from our consultant, Kimley Horn, also feedback that we got from the public during our public engagement sessions. The idea behind the plan is to basically use this document when we submit requests for grants, as we submit additional funding requests for capital projects, and as with regards to long-term improvements, but also in the short term, the plan will be used to address those things or those issues that are currently, we see them as low-hanging fruit in our parks, things that we can get taken care of immediately, a way to put it in one central location, utilizing our preventive maintenance software system to get these things done instead of watching parks deteriorate. We'll have a plan to actually go out and maintain and improve plans.
Thank you. Thank you. That was what I gathered out of it also. It was very interesting, some of the easier things that appeared to be identified that would not be very costly. And it was also no surprise, but I hated to see in writing that we have too few employees and not enough dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
I do hope we can work toward that in the future. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the great pleasure of serving on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and we have a great group of people that come together monthly and talk about the big picture on parks and work with Director Mack and his team. And I know this master plan is, I think it's the first time we've done one, or it's the first one we've done one in a long, long
The
time.
current plan is 11 years old.
It's 11 years, so it's like most of our other plans, it's a bit overdue, but a lot of work went into it. It's at least a good roadmap, and we do have a lot of challenges. I'm willing to offer a motion to approve it.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jay. Commissioner, do I have a second on that, please? Second by Beeler. Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of was scrolling through this 198-page document as well, and I just found one typo, which I thought was interesting, that on page 99, I'm credited in my district for having the Corrington Park.
Oh. we can
It's
fix
just a
that.
numeral, the numbers, I think, just got flipped someplace, but anyways, so, but well done. And if we have specific questions about our own commission district with some of the assets in those, we can address that directly with you then.
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jay, did you have another comment? All right. Commissioner Jay, was your motion for approval or without recommendation?
It's approval if there's not any objection, if people want more time to push until next week, but I didn't see any reason that we couldn't move forward. So,
All right.
Approve, not move forward. Approve.
Motion to approve by Jay, second by Beeler. Seeing no other lights, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 35, Resolution 703, approving the adoption of the Knox County Parks and Recreation fee schedule, effective January 1st, 2024.
Thank you. Director Mack,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
address the fee schedule, please.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Let me bring it up. So it's been quite a while since the fees in Parks and Recreation have been adjusted. As most of you know, in 2020, we saw a large increase in the cost related to materials and equipment. And we saw that across the board, and we didn't escape that in Parks and Recreation. So part of this new fee schedule addresses those increases in cost with regards to equipment and material. Usage has not gone down. So in order for us to continue to provide services and facilities, we see the need for these small, and they're relatively small increases, as you can see from the fee schedule, in particular with our golf services.
All right. Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it says on the list, the current fee, is that, what kind of a time period does that go back to?
So that's the existing fee as of today. So that current is what we charge.
Right, but was
current.
that the same last year and the previous year and the previous year to that? What I'm getting at is most of these you have not raised the rates on.
Right, we have.
Which is, that's what I'm concerned about, is if we haven't raised rates in 5 years or 10 years, does it not make sense to do that?
It does. Some of the areas, though, we didn't see the need to raise those because we feel as though we want to provide a service, but we want to also make it affordable. So we want to keep the cost down as much as possible. In the areas where we absolutely had to is the areas where we actually raised the fees. So you'll see a lot of the fees did not get raised.
Yeah, it looks like kind of most of them, so, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Jay, second by Beeler. Seeing no other lights for discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Item number 42, Resolution 901, approving an economic impact plan for tax increment financing, submitted by the Industrial Development Board of the County of Knox in connection with a multi-use development known as Prosperity Crossing, located off El Camino Lane in Knox County, Tennessee, near the Watt Road interchange on I-40/75.
Motion to move forward with no recommendation.
Motion to move forward by Jay, second by Daley. Of Schoonmaker, I'm sorry. Motion by Schoonmaker, second by Daley. Is that correct? I apologize. To move forward with no recommendation. Is there any discussion on this item? Did you have something? Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no lights, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 44, Resolution 903, approving the amendment and restatement of the Sheriff's Total Accumulation Retirement Plan and the Knox County Employee Benefit System.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Jay, second by Beeler, to move forward with approval. I believe I saw Jennifer Schroeder here earlier. Is she still present? Would you just come forward briefly and just address this for us? You've been so kind to wait.
So for commission approval, we have changing the vesting of the STAR plan, which is the Sheriff's Total Accumulation Retirement Plan. Currently, it has a 10 and a 15-year cliff vesting, and the amendment is to change it to a 5-year graded vesting, what would be similar and mimic the asset accumulation plan, which the other county employees have. Also, we also wanted to add a 457 match, which is in the same as the asset. So after 5 years of service, you get an additional 2%. After 10, another 2%. And after 15 years, another 2% county match. The other part of the amendment is to amend the employee benefit system to allow participation in MERP for STAR employees and UOP employees. And these amendments will help with retention. They'll also help prepare the employees for retirement so that they can retire when they're eligible and have the funds, and also to save for medical costs, possibly when they retire as well.
Thank you, thank you. Director Caldwell, did you, all right? Several of us are on the retirement board and have heard quite a bit about this. It is more to make it an even playing field, so to speak, and
Absolutely.
benefits across the board. Commissioner Daley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, is this a wash or is this a benefit? How's this helping not only the employee, but maybe the taxpayers?
So there is a minimal cost that the actuary calculated for us that we will absorb in the budget, but it basically just gets, our goal was to get the officers who are on STAR more equal to what we do in the asset accumulation plan. It's really minor as far as the cost standpoint.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the letter, this is for Mr. Caldwell, according to the letter that we got from the esteemed Bob Cross, so it says $615,000 per year, and does that go up every year after that? I'm just trying to find a number when you said it's gone up, and I'm just looking at some of the documents quickly. What's the fiscal note?
So the total of the vesting is 632, 457.
Or is it 515,000?
Okay.
I do see Mr. Cross, if you'd like to also come
There
forward.
were two costs. One, so Star had two retirement pieces. They had their base, which was a 10-year vesting, and then they had a supplemental piece, which is closed, which was a 15-year vesting. And so to vest them January 1 at 5 years, this is the actuarial cost. Because as employees leave, you have forfeitures to the plan. So that's what the actuary calculated those costs at.
Okay, so Chris, what will it do for the budget for next year based on these changes?
So ultimately, there will be an increase in the benefits piece of the budget. We will use his estimate until we have actual figures to go by. And so ultimately, it's going to come down to how many of the employees take advantage of what we're offering.
Okay.
And so we know historically what county employees have done and what percentage they have taken advantage of our MERP and things like that. And so we have to see what their participation rate is as well. To your question though, as well, as salary increases happen, those costs will go up as well because they're a portion of salary.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, seeing no other lights, we have a motion for approval by Jay, seconded by Beeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 47, Resolution 906, approving an amendment to the Knox County Sheriff's Office Employees Merit System Rules and Regulations in Rule 3.2.f to narrow restrictions on board members' political activities to apply exclusively to elections for Knox County Sheriff.
All right. Commissioner Jay, you had asked to have this pulled for discussion. Was there anything you'd like to speak to?
Sorry, I hit the light. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd make a motion to deny based upon the following reasons. Many of you all know I've worked on this for years and years and years. And I want to remind everybody that the merit system, the purpose, the original purpose of the merit system, which we've had for 30 plus years, is to protect our officers from political retribution when new sheriffs come and go, and a myriad of other protections. It is for the officers, and many of you all have reiterated that, and I think it's a great thing for us to always keep in mind. This is a program, this is a body that is focused on protecting our officers. The restriction of political activity of the board members, not the officers, was a reform I put into place, I guess it was about 1.5 years ago, started working on it several years before that. And the goal was to remove as much politics from this quasi-judicial board that does have direct authority in determining grievances and things that affect the livelihoods of our officers and the life and the livelihoods of our officers. And so the first question I'll ask everybody to just keep in mind as you consider this. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, there may not have been a second on so I don't know if I should start the discussion. Okay, sorry.
Do we have a second to the?
I jumped into the discussion before I had a second. My apologies.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. We have a proper motion on the floor to deny, made by Commissioner Jay, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Is there further discussion? Were you wanting to also?
I'll continue. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry about that. So the first question I would like everybody to just keep in mind is this has been in place for about 1.5 years or so. What is now broken that is in need of fixing that would warrant changing this ordinance and this rule? What's broken today for the protection of our officers that needs to be amended? Okay, just keep that in mind. The second question, and I think this is the most important question, how does changing this rule benefit our officers? That is the most important question in this discussion. The origin of the merit system was to protect our officers from political influence or retribution. And so how does allowing more politics into this quasi-judicial board help our officers? I haven't yet gotten an answer from anyone in having this to come today. And then I want you to consider a real world political situation that could happen almost immediately. Assume this is passed and this board, the Merit System Board, can be involved in any political race that they want, minus the sheriff. That would include county commission, okay? And we have county commission elections literally right around the corner in 2024. We have one candidate who's already filed to run for District 5 commission seat, Mr. Hall, who is also an employee of the sheriff's office. Imagine he runs for commission and somebody from the Merit Council Board gets very involved with the political race, but with his opponent. And they run, and Mr. Hall runs, and Bob Smith runs, and Bob Smith is being completely supported and promoted and raising money for by one of the board members of the Merit Council, which would be permitted. And let's say he runs for commission and he wins. Let's say he runs and loses, either way. And he goes to file a grievance because of his role as a sheriff's officer. How will he perceive his jury? Essentially, the Merit Council is the jury for his grievance. If somebody on that board has been heavily politically involved in a race for or against him, and he's on the losing side of that, is he going to feel like he's going to get a fair shot? This is a real world example that could happen within the next 6 months. This is stuff that may impact his livelihood. And so, again, you can see why quickly this rule, changing this, opens up a myriad of problems that we just don't need. I think changing this rule and the original reform was always under the intention of what is best for our officers. So if you can't answer those two questions, what's broken that needs fixing, and how does it benefit our officers, you shouldn't vote for this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a parliamentary question. Essentially, if we vote yes on Commissioner Jay's motion, then we're simply voting not to send this forward to the agenda for the meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Moyers? Or is that the proper way to do it?
That would be correct. It would die here at the work session.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Commissioner Beeler. Commissioner Oster?
I see Chairman Manning. Do you mind to come up for a question? If you can just state your name and county of residence.
Yes, ma'am. Chris Manning, Knox County.
Perfect. So this has come to us because it came from Merit, that the Merit members voted for this. I wasn't at the meeting, but I saw some of it. What's the reasoning why the board feels like the change needs to be made?
Several of the members of the Merit Council believe that they wish to participate in the political process. They also want to serve the county, and that this rule basically disallows any type of participation in any campaign, federal or state, county or city. And they feel that they believe the motion that was moved forward to you is just for the sheriff's race. It was a split vote, 4-3, to send it forward to you. 3 of the members did not support the motion, but it is coming to you with that single restriction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And if I can take another moment, I saw Mr. Valiant walk in, so I'd like to ask him his opinion on the reasoning why he felt like the board, and I believe that you were for this coming to the commission, so I'd just like to hear from you too.
Yes.
And your name and address, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I ran over here. I was in a late client meeting.
My name is John Valiant. I live at 6705 Creekhead Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37909.
Just take a minute. You can get a breath.
Oh, I'll talk in between breaths. I've done a lot of research on this specifically, and through the research, I came to the conclusion. I know the law director and the law director's office disagrees, but I've come to the conclusion that this ordinance, as it was passed, was unconstitutional. And it would be unconstitutional in the state of Tennessee, or it would be unconstitutional at the federal level or the United States. And the problem is that speech-based restrictions, especially those that are, if they're limiting freedom of speech, they have to be narrowly tailored to meet the criteria that they're supposed to prevent the harm, the type of harm that they are in place to prevent. So specifically, the Merit Council, for example, the Merit Council is an extension of county commission whose purpose is to protect the officers from political activities of the administration. It's understandable to say, well, we don't want those individuals, those volunteer board members, to be engaged in the sheriff's race because it could create an issue, or it could create an atmosphere of, potential, really some poor optics from a situation like that. So when you're dealing with content-based restrictions like that, they have to be narrowly tailored to prevent the harm in place, or to prevent the type of harm that they are attempting to get rid of. So in a situation like this, unfortunately, the legislation has been drafted in a way that's just far too broad. It prevents volunteer board members who are uncompensated on all grounds in the state of Tennessee, whose primary function within the county is a function that has to do with their private employment or whatever they do in their own time. Those individuals are their free speech is being restricted, and it's unfortunately that it's just drafted in a way that's way too broad. So for example, if I wanted to be involved in, if I wanted to contribute my time to the race of a judge, or if I wanted to contribute my time towards the race of a senator, whether it be United States senator or a state senator, or even a local mayor's election, I would be unable to do that as a volunteer citizen, as a citizen sitting on a volunteer board. And unfortunately, the way that it's drafted, it's just far too broad right now. And the example that's been time and time again brought up is, well, there are examples where an officer could run for a local office and that would cause problems. It could create problems down the road. Well, the issue with that is okay, it doesn't address the true issue of content-based restrictions under the First Amendment of the not only United States Constitution, but the Tennessee Constitution. And it doesn't really do a great job balancing that. So similarly, the arguments continue to be made, well, how does political activity help the officers? Well, from the same standpoint, you could make the argument, well, Second Amendment freedoms don't help the officers either. How does somebody on the Merit Council owning a firearm help the officers? It doesn't. You can't make an argument that it does, but it doesn't really hurt them either. So that's really been the conclusion of my research.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I tend to agree. Commissioner Jay and I had a disagreement on that, and I respect his opinion. And my opinion is there's nobody that sits on a board in Knox County that's not politically tied to somebody. That's how they got here, or that's how they got on the committee. And I don't think, besides ethics, there's any other boards that you have to step down from in Knox County as a free service to the county. So I'm not sure how we pick and kind of choose. I think if we're going to make it where if you want to be politically involved and you sit on any committee in Knox County, then you're not politically involved, or you are. Yeah, it just, to me, doesn't feel right. And to tell people that are volunteering their time for a committee that they can't be politically involved, to me, just doesn't seem right. So I would have to disagree with that.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe these rules were recently changed and in place when every single one of the volunteers volunteered for the position. So they already knew this was the circumstances of taking on that role. I don't see why any of them could step down at any point if they don't want to abide by those rules that we made already. And if they want to enter into the political realm at that point, they're more than welcome to once they're off the board. But it's a choice. It wasn't like they're forced into doing this. And when they decided to do it and put their name for it, they already knew what the rules were. So I'm a little bit annoyed that this is coming back, not even 18 months later. I've had private conversations with the gentlemen that both spoke about this before they're even appointed. And I asked them, like, is this going to affect, you know, your political relations being on here? I was told no. But now this is back in front of us, and I think this is exactly why we put this there in the first place, to avoid this conversation happening over and over and over again, because the whole point was to take politics out of this board, because that's how the board got so messed up in the beginning. So a little bit disappointed, to say the least.
I'd like to make a comment, Commissioner Jay, that perhaps you could also address. I'm a little bit confused about what political activity might actually mean. Is that, I mean, there are some things that are very obvious, like, you know, contributing to a candidate, or maybe even putting your sign in your yard that speaks volumes. What about activities like attending a county Republican Party event or a county Democratic Party event? It still is considered political activity, I would think, and still kind of letting others know where your leanings might lie. Do you have any comments about what that political activity definition would look like?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'm fairly certain that Mr. Moyers is looking up the exact language as I reply to that. The ordinance that we originally wrote actually outlines very specifically types like wearing of, you know, garb and political donations and signage and rallies, and it actually specifically outlines that it does not restrict from being involved with political clubs and other activities. You know, it's essentially campaigning for one particular person and being involved in that particular race. And but we wrote that out very specifically, Mr. I can tell you that the part about the political clubs, it says, however, nothing in this part shall be construed to prohibit or prevent any such board member from becoming or continuing to be a member of a political club or organization and enjoying all the rights and privileges of such membership of or from attending any political meetings. Such board members shall not be denied freedom in the casting of a vote. So that was very written. Some of the language, and Mr. Moyers, I'm using the red line that's on our agenda. A member of the merit board shall not use such positions to reflect the member's personal political feelings as those of the sheriff's departments, or to exert any pressure or anyone influence that person's political views. No member of the board, merit system board shall display any political advertising or paraphernalia on such a person's body or automobile while conducting business on behalf of the merit system. It goes into no member of the merit system shall solicit money for political campaigns, make any public endorsement of any candidate in any campaign. So, you know, active campaigning for one particular element, but it would not restrict going to clubs. Did I say that accurately?
You did, that's correct.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate that, except for the situation, which happens many times in our own county, where there may just be a a Republican and a Democrat running for an office. And clearly, if that board member is active in the Democratic political party, then it's pretty evident where their leanings are. So I'm not really arguing it. I'm just stating that it makes it very difficult to make that as pure as it might appear to be when you line out. You can't do A, B, C, or D, but you can do F, which is identifying with a political entity on a broader level. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a substitute motion to move forward with no recommendation.
Second. All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor to move forward without any recommendation. Do we have any discussion on this item? Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, could I ask a question of Mr. Valiant?
Certainly.
Mr. Valiant? Are you in favor of this ordinance change as presented?
Yes.
You have stated publicly here and in the merit system that you don't believe that the restriction of being involved with political activity is constitutional, correct?
I believe that the way that this ordinance is drafted is unconstitutional. I believe it opens the county up to the opportunity for litigation, and I believe that County Commission did not have the power to write that ordinance as it was drafted in the first place, or pass that ordinance. I don't believe County Commission had the power to do that in the first place.
Does County Commission have the authority to pass the ordinance as presented?
Yes.
So if you're for the amendment as presented, and you believe that we have the authority to do so, it is written to say that it is restricting a board member from being involved with a sheriff's race.
Correct.
So if we have the authority to restrict one race, why wouldn't we have the same authority to restrict all political races? You can't have your cake and eat it too. You either got to be for our authority or not for our authority.
It's actually, so under the Constitution, so like I said, that there is a constitutional analysis that you have to go through when addressing speech and specific content-based restrictions. So the analysis is you have to look at the activity, and on its face, you have to make a determination as to whether or not it is speech neutral or whether or not it's constitutionally suspect. So the fact that this is restricting free speech makes it a constitutionally, subject rule in the first place. So then when you determine that it is in fact restricting free speech, you have to narrow your focus and make the determination as to whether or not that content-based restriction is narrowly tailored to achieve the purpose that it's set out to, that it's narrowly tailored to effectively address the problems and the mission of the body. So the mission of the Merit Council is to protect the officers from political activity of the administration. Now, we've gone as far as saying that the political activities of the administration, we want to prevent, we've said with this ordinance that political activities of the administration are bad, okay? And we've said that we want to keep the board from engaging in political activities, okay? But in doing that, there has to be an essential nexus in between the ordinance and the way it's drafted and the harm that it's set out to prevent. So the Merit Board, if we're here to prevent political activities and protect the officers from political activities of the administration, it absolutely makes sense that you would not want the board members to be involved in the sheriff's race because there's a direct conflict of interest.
Okay, so it's okay to restrict the sheriff's race, but not all the other ones?
Correct.
Okay, so we are the governing body that has authority to change rules of the merit system. We are the governing body for the merit system. Would it then be okay if that was expanded to say the sheriff's race and the county commission, since there would be a direct line of authority between the county commission, the merit system, and the officers? Would that be okay?
So the problem with the way that it's drafted, the answer is no. So the problem is with the way that it's drafted.
No, if it was amended to say the sheriff or commission races, would that be okay?
No. So as I was saying, it has to be narrowly tailored to address the harm that you're trying to prevent. So the harm that we're trying to prevent with the Merit Council is protecting the officers from political activities of the administration, the sheriff's administration. The political activities of county commission don't have anything to do with the political activities of the sheriff and the sheriff's office. So in addition to that, okay, there's an abundance of case law that supports how if you have each of these individuals, okay, each of these volunteer board members, and I called other merit systems within the state of Tennessee to ask them how they were doing it. And when asking them how their merit systems were and how they handled political activities, they said, well, we don't handle political activities because these are volunteer board members, okay? If they were employees, which the law director's office has in several opinions said that this is akin to the Little Hatch Act. If they were employees, it would be different. Then county commission would have the authority to say, yes, you can participate or cannot participate in any series of elections. But when you are governing the content of individual citizens, you have to narrowly tailor that content and so it affects the harm or so it addresses the harm that you're trying to prevent. So the problem is yes, if we were employees of county commission or if we were employees of Knox County, then county commission would have that authority. But county commission does not have that authority because each of us is employed in our own individual capacity. So for example, I'm employed full-time as an attorney, okay? And on the side, you know, I volunteer my time to be a part of the Merit Council so I can give my time and resources to protect the men and women of the Knox County Sheriff's Office as much as I can. However, the speech-based restriction, as it's written now in today's merit rules and policies and procedures, it is unconstitutional. However, the way that it's drafted there is not unconstitutional because it is narrowed to address the harm that we're trying to prevent.
Do you usually participate in unconstitutional actions?
No.
You volunteered to be part of this board, correct?
Yes.
You agreed in front of this commission to serve on this board under its rules and regulations.
Yes.
You're now telling us that those rules and regulations are unconstitutional. So why did you sign up for a board that you felt was unconstitutional and agree to serve under its rules that you feel like are unconstitutional?
At the time I signed up for the board, I hadn't had the chance to fully do a deep dive of every single rule and regulation.
No. You stood before this body.
Yes.
And you said, we asked you very specifically, do you understand this? And you said yes.
Okay. And so in the time that you've been a part of county commission, have you changed any rules or regulations? Similarly, the answer is yes. Similarly, I became a part of this board, and in addressing the several things that have happened and looking and doing research and doing my homework on the things that have happened, I realized, oh, this is unconstitutional. Now, at the time that I volunteered, I did review the board, I did review the rules, and I came before county commission and I said, I have reviewed these rules and I am willing to abide by these rules. However, if county commission has done something that's unconstitutional, there's nothing in there that says I'm not allowed to come before county commission and check county commission.
I just wanted to make sure I understood it.
And in fact, the Merit Council has done so. The Merit Council approved this.
I understand. Mr. Moyers, my last question. Mr. Moyers, could you please provide this commission with a quick summary of your opinion on if our rules as currently written are constitutional?
Well, I'd start by saying that neither I nor Mr. Valiant can judge whether they're constitutional. That would require a court. But in my opinion, yes, the commission has the authority to amend its rules the way it did. To go back, the Merit System Council that we operate under was a private act that applied to Knox County. When Knox County adopted the charter, that private act was carried forward as an ordinance. Because it is an ordinance now, this county commission has the authority to amend it. There is a long history of time, place, manner restrictions on speech that governments can impose. Mr. Valiant knows my feelings about this. I actually think that the fact that we're talking about an uncompensated volunteer board increases the authority of the commission to to write a rule such as this, because we are not relating an employee's compensation to their willingness to give up certain of their speech rights. So, for example, under the rules that existed in this, under the merit system for decades, going back to the 70s, sheriff's deputies were not allowed to participate in the political process. That has never been found to be unconstitutional and happens probably all over the place. But when we do that, we're saying to a sheriff's deputy, if you want a paycheck, you must agree to give up this First Amendment or to accept some limitations on your First Amendment right to freedom of speech. That is not the case with the members of this board. The members of this board volunteered to be on this board. They are uncompensated. They can resign from the board tomorrow with no consequence, financial or otherwise, to themselves. To my mind, that means that these rules are more constitutional, more easily justified before a judge than they would be if we were talking about compensated employees in Knox County, because these folks are free to serve on the board or not serve on the board as they see fit. And if they choose not to, they don't lose a dime from their compensation, one hopes. So, simply put, I believe that this is a constitutional time, place, manner restriction on content of speech that applies to members of this board, and the justification being that you wish the members of this board not to be involved in the political process because this is a board that is designed to put a wall between sheriff's deputies and the political process, I think is a justifiable rationale for the rule. So in our opinion, this rule was constitutional when it was imposed, and it's constitutional now.
Would it be constitutional, in your opinion, if it was amended to say the sheriff and county commission, or the sheriff, county commission, county clerk, or any other Knox County offices?
I will say that as a general proposition, what Mr. Valiant has said is correct. The broader the rule, the greater the restriction on speech, the harder it is to justify. I think limiting it to limiting this body to elections, I think is would be upheld if it were challenged in court. That's as much as I can really say about it. If you, to the extent that you take it from being all elections and make it narrower, I think it becomes stronger. But do I think it's unconstitutional where it is right now? I do not.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you just answered my question, Law Director Moyers. So you're saying the way it currently reads is constitutional?
In my opinion, yes. If I thought it otherwise, I would have brought that up a year and a half ago when we were passing these regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Manning?
Yes, sir.
How many members of the Merit Council want to participate in political campaigns?
4 voted in favor of the change in the rules.
So 4 have identified that they want to participate in campaigns in 2024.
Well, specifically to your question, 2 did, but the other 2 others that did not actually offer comments during the discussion voted in favor, so I can infer that.
Okay. And it's all public record, correct, your meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in favor of changing the rules for?
No. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had to ask. Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some questions and comments. And really, my questions and comments aren't about anything being constitutional or unconstitutional, but really more general. And my first question is, why do we even address political activity on this specific board? We have boards and committees that are also county affiliated that do not. I also wonder why are we looking at this so closely within the law enforcement profession? That concerns me again. I've also loosely researched other merit boards across the state, and again, they do not address political activity in their rules either. And I think I said, I don't know that we have any other boards or committees that have these types of restrictions. And then my final comment is that I've heard more from officers on this than I have on merit board members. And I know that that's the intention and the mission and the role of the merit board, but they feel like anyone who serves in any capacity should be able to exercise their right to participate in a political campaign. I mean, if we did that, I think everyone would have to recuse themselves from zonings. I mean, that's all.
All right, seeing no other lights, we currently have a substitute motion on the board to move forward without recommendation made by Commissioner Durrett, second by Lundy. Seeing no other lights, let's take a roll call on this, please.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Durrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Schoonmaker. No. Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
No.
Commissioner Beeler,
No.
Commissioner Daly,
No.
Commissioner Jay,
No.
Commissioner Frazier.
Aye.
All right, this motion failed, the count of 5 supporting it, 6 against it. So we go back to the original motion. It was made by Commissioner Jay, seconded by Commissioner Ward, that we deny the resolution approving the amendment of Knox County Sheriff's Office Employees Merit System Rules and Regulations 3.2 to narrow restrictions on the board members' political activities to apply exclusively to the elections for Knox County. All right, could we have roll call again, please? This is to deny.
Commissioner Durrett,
No.
Commissioner Oster,
No.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Schoonmaker. Yes. Commissioner Hill,
No.
Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Beeler,
Aye.
Commissioner Daly,
Aye.
Commissioner Jay,
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier,
No.
Commissioner Lundy.
No.
This motion to deny passes on a 6-5 vote. Next agenda item, please.
Item number 51, Resolution 910, supporting legislation regarding the practices of rating agencies operating in Tennessee.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to send with no recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Daly, second by Schoonmaker. Commissioner Daly, did you want to speak to this?
I would. I'm no expert in this, but I know that our Fire and Rescue Committee has been discussing this for probably the last 2 years, and I got Chief Harnish, if he would come up. It has to do with the ratings of the fire departments and dealing with the insurance, correct, Chief?
Yes, sir, that is correct. I'm Jerry Harnish, I'm a resident of Knox County. So my agency and the Karnes Fire Department, as I think all of you know, are dependent on contracts with property owners for financial support. Those contracts are referred to as subscriptions. There is one rating agency that is approved by the Department of Commerce and Insurance, And in its rules, it says that for subscription fire departments, a subscription must be present in order to qualify for a discount from the insurer. Otherwise, the premium that applies should be the premium as if the property were unprotected. Now, that's a significant difference, 2.5 to 3 times more if the premium has to be calculated as unprotected. The manager for the Insurance Services Office in Tennessee has decided that the definition of a subscription fire department is not a fire department that is dependent on subscription for revenue, but a fire department that refuses emergency service to non-subscribers. That interpretation is not used by ISO in other states. It is used here in Tennessee. And the Department of Commerce and Insurance says that they don't feel like they have any statutory authority to regulate the rating agency in this way. So what the resolution asks is for the delegation of House and Senate members from Tennessee to persuade the state legislature to give Commerce and Insurance that authority.
I'll yield for other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out to the commissioners that during our last, I think 3, maybe 4 legislative priority final agendas that we have presented to our state, this was on there. This is something I think has to be addressed on a state level, but it's been part of our legislative priorities for at least last 3 years, if not 4. But I'm glad that Commissioner Daly is bringing it back up, and maybe we're trying to put a little bit more emphasis on it. So there is a description in your 2024 legislative priorities under fire protection.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the sponsor of the resolution if I could sign on to that as well. And have you had an opportunity to communicate this to any of our Knoxville legislative delegation?
Yes, you may, and hopefully all commissioners would go on this because it will look better to our, we're going to send it to our state delegations, the chair, vice chairs of the Commerce and Insurance Committees down in Nashville. So the answer yes, and hopefully everybody will agree to do that. I have spoken with Senator Massey and Senator Briggs and Representative Wright, a couple of them in passing, and they know the issue and they're concerned about it. So, and like anything, they like to have something there to say, hey, my commission in Knox County is behind it. So, answer is yes. Everybody?
Is everyone in agreement? All right.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Seeing no other lights, we have a motion on the floor to approve, made by Commissioner Daly, seconded by Commissioner Schoonmaker. All in favor? Oh, I apologize. Did you say that?
I did, but if all commission, I would change it to move to approve if all commissioners agreed.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. All right. We're taking a vote now for approval. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item 52.
Item number 52 is ordinance 101, amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 42, Article 2, Division 2, Section 42-53, Merit System Board of Directors, to narrow restrictions on board members' political activities to apply exclusively to elections for Knox County Sheriff. Ordinance number O-90-9-111, adopted September 10th, 1990. Ordinance number O-91-8-114, adopted November 25th, 1991. Ordinance number O-95-4-101, adopted April 24th, 1995. Ordinance number O-19-1-101, adopted February 25th, 2019. And ordinance number O-22-6-103, adopted July 25th, 2022. This is first reading.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this ordinance?
Motion to deny. a clarification, if I could ask, since the other thing failed, do we still vote on this?
Yes, because what we have is a two-part process here. When we made the amendments to the Merit Council ordinance, it wasn't just the restrictions on political activities that happened. Another thing that changed was this body gave itself the authority to approve Merit Council rules, to review and approve those rules. What we voted on a moment ago was an amendment to the Merit Council rules.
Got it.
This
Okay.
is an amendment to the actual ordinance that we passed a year and a half ago.
Same subject, different step in
Same
the
subject,
legislative process.
different part of the, process.
I would have a motion to deny.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Schoonmaker to deny. Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we have a member missing, he's here now. Good deal.
We have a motion on the floor to deny by Commissioner Jay, a second by Commissioner Schoonmaker. Are there any questions, comments? Are you with us? All right, we're looking at item number 52. All right, let's take another roll call vote on this, please. Motion is to deny.
Commissioner Oster,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner Schoonmaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
No.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeler,
Aye.
Commissioner Daly, Commissioner Jay,
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier,
No.
Commissioner Lundy,
No.
Commissioner Durrett.
No.
Motion passes 6-5. Motion to deny passes 6-5. Next item, please.
Item number 53, Ordinance 102, amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 42, Article 2, Division 2, Section 42-62B, to allow a right of grievance for suspensions of any time length that result in a loss of pay. Ordinance number O-90-9-111, adopted September 10th, 1990, and ordinance number O-22-6-103, adopted July 25th, 2022, on first reading.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second on that? Motion by Jay, second by Beeler to approve. Is there any discussion? Am I correct that the original ordinance read 3 days?
It did, yes, Madam Chair. The original, all the provisions related to right of grievances had to do with 3 days or loss of pay, and the board opted to pick this up, debate it, and simplify it to essentially say any result in loss of pay is something that could be grievable. And I think the law department might have an.
Well, the only thing, just procedural, this will have to be voted on at commission. So even if you vote to approve, it doesn't go on consent, it has to be voted. So motion to send on, motion to approve, it doesn't matter, it's still going to have
Okay,
to be.
motion to move forward without recommendation. I'll amend my motion.
All right, we have the same to move forward without recommendation by Jay and second by Beeler. Commissioner Schoonmaker, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, just clarifying the actions that he just clarified.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 54, Ordinance 103, amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 14, Community Development by adding a new Article 3 to designate Knox County as a broadband-ready community pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated 4-3-709, Knox County Code, Chapter 14, establishing Article 3, previously reserved.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Daley, second by Durant. Is there any discussion? And this is to move forward with no recommendation. Commissioner Daley?
Director, do you know about this, or can you fill me in what's going on? Here comes Jennifer.
There you go.
Yeah, that way. Yeah, Zach Webb, Knox County IT. Director Holden and I have been briefed on this, as well as Director Snowden. We're up to speed on the general layout. I can speak from the tech side, but we co-sponsored this, but for obvious reasons, the grants and the business side of this is definitely more in Director Holden's wheelhouse here.
I guess the main question is, what do we consider a broadband-ready community?
So that also may be better defined by Director Holden. It's really just a layout of that the broadband accessibility is there throughout the county, which it is, and its intent is to be able to serve and stack programs on top of that. I think that's a better, again, a better question for Director Holden as far as the purpose of the broadband ready designation there. Sorry.
Jenny Holden, 400 West Main. Commissioner, first I just want to say how much my department appreciates Zach's department and Jim Snowden, EPW. They worked with us on this. Being designated as a broadband-ready community provides us access to additional grant funding on the state level that we wouldn't have otherwise. So really all we're doing, we worked with Jim's team to see if we were changing anything in our typical process and procedures. We're really not. There were a couple of minor tweaks that we needed to make to an application that Jim's team did. We're really just putting, codifying what we're already have in place right now with EPW.
Is there any other discussion on this? We have a proper motion and second on the floor to move forward without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 56, ordinance 102, amending the Knox County Code, Chapter 6, Article 2, Animal Control, Sections 6-31, definitions, to amend the definition of animal control officer in order to authorize a third party to furnish animal control enforcement duties as set forth in the city and county charters and ordinances throughout the city and county. Ordinance number O-96-5-101, adopted June 24th, 1996. Ordinance number O-07-12-102, adopted January 28th, 2008. Ordinance number O-15-4-101, adopted May 26, 2015, and ordinance number O-19-3-102, adopted April 22nd, 2019, on second reading.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Daley, second by Durant or Frazier. Sorry. Commissioner Daley, did you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I still need to put that ribbon on my finger so I can remember. Director Testament, I mentioned to you a week or so ago about you taking over the cause for dead animals on, and what do you think about that?
First of all, Janet Testerman, 3201 Division Street, Knoxville. Thank you for bringing that up. A couple of things that I would initially say, and I think I told you at the time, that we could certainly talk about it down the road. I think the priority with this would be, let's get this up and running. Let's make it successful. The other is that, the city, on the city side, city services picks up the DOAs currently. So again, there would have to be some delineation between, city and county in that, and it would be an additional service. So, as far as manpower and equipment and that type of thing. But I'm certainly open to talking about it as we get this, after this transition happens and we're able to, focus on the core responsibility of what this proposal outlines.
I will have some more questions next week. I just want to get permission from the two people that I've talked to that would be in favor of it. So that's why I want to make the recommendation to move forward with no recommendation. But I can see that this should be part, if you're taking over any and all of the animal control. I don't see why you could not do this. You're going to add 17 new positions, is that correct?
The same number that currently exists between the city and county together. And so, like I say, I mean, they haven't in the past. Those, even when we ran county animal control in the past, that was not a part of their responsibility at the time. But, I'm open for discussion, but I think and I think that's something that we would just have to think through. But again, it would be an additional service to what's already being outlined at the moment.
Well, I know that right now it went away from the sheriff's office to the roads department, and our road department needs to be doing road work. And that's, I will be in favor of this if we can work out some type of control. If not, I may be the only no vote, but I think that it needs to be moved with it. You're not only getting you're getting the dollars behind it, you're also getting the positions and how many county trucks, 3, 4 trucks, 5, whatever the trucks are. So I think you could do it.
Okay.
Seeing no other lights, we have a motion and a second to move forward without recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Testerman. Public forum, we do have one speaker signed up, Ms. Tina Sparks. Oh, no. That's on this is the public forum on other topics. Ms. Sparks, as you're coming forward, if you'd please state your name again and county of residence, and I'll give you 3 minutes to speak.
Tina Sparks, Knox County. So I don't have a whole lot to say now, except for the level of, I don't know what word to use here without being too, nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody wants to stand up and take the consequences of their actions. Nobody. And I just don't understand. I don't understand. We elect you all to do a job, and for you not to do your job. Commissioner Hill said at the end of the last public forum that you had no hiring and firing power. Well, then who does? Have y'all asked that amongst yourselves? Who does? Who can make a difference here? If you all can't, then who do you ask? Who do we ask? Now, I know that there's a lot going on over in Nashville now. There's 14 Democrats, I guess, maybe more by now, that have signed this letter. And they're going to be looking all over the state of Tennessee at all the other juvenile detention centers. But right here and right now, we have children, and they are children. They may be in there for crimes or offenses that we don't normally associate with children, but they are still children, and they deserve to be protected, and they deserve to be able to have their dignity, no matter what they are charged with or not charged with. Some of them I think some of them are just awaiting trial. And to have someone say, someone who's supposed to be in charge, to have someone say, lock them up, and if you can't deal with it, well, then send them to another facility. Where are these children going to go? What other facility are these children going to go to? You all have got to ask these questions. You have to. You have to ask these questions. Somebody has to take responsibility. You have to take responsibility. That's all. That's all.
Commissioner Jay, did you have something? Commissioner Frazier.
I would like to respond, if I may.
Please.
First, I want to thank you both. You've come to the meetings, and I enjoy that you participate and you engage. So first of all, I want to say thank you. The next part is, it's hard to hear someone say that I'm not doing my job. Because sadly, the public doesn't see 98% of the job that I do. It is making those phone calls. It is reaching out. It is trying to connect and ask questions. And believe me, I ask a lot of questions. You're right. We have a lot of issues and a lot of problems. And I think I can't speak for my colleagues, but I would like to think we're all doing our very best to address what we can, because I know that I am. And so I appreciate you very much calling us out and keeping us accountable. But I just wanted to respond on behalf of myself that we are working very hard. And you all don't get to see much or most of the work that we are doing. So thank you. I hope that you continue to come and you continue to bring things to our attention. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. No, sir, that concludes public forum.
I had signed up for it. I don't know why she did not get my name down this afternoon.
Commissioner Schoonmaker, did you have something you'd like to say? I will give you the courtesy. I do not have you signed up for this, but if you could be very brief, please,
Okay.
maybe just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
Couple,
you,
3
sir.
minutes? How about 3? Let's compromise.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Your name, please, and
Elwood Roach, Rick Roach, and that's Knox County. To piggyback on what Commissioner Frazier was saying, and I've heard this from elected officials, especially here in Knoxville and Knox County, we're doing our job. We're working hard and we're doing our job. I don't doubt that that's from your end what's happening. The question is how it appears to the people, to the constituents that you say you represent. That's the main point. It's not about your feelings about you doing your job. It is about how the people who elect you, as minimal participation as Knoxville and Knox County has in the election process, and that input, it doesn't, that's what really counts. That's what really counts. Not your feelings about how you think you're doing your job. Okay? And that's just the way it is. So, you know, we've gone through a lot of this because we had an elected official could not bring his employees, as some of us well know, to be held accountable. And there was silence from you guys. That's not doing your job. That's not doing your job. That's not doing your job. And when it gets down to it, and when we're doing harm to those who have the least ability to stand up for themselves, and you all don't say anything or do anything or try to say, yeah, I've made these phone calls. Okay, tell us about the phone calls that you made and who you've talked to and who you've tried to hold responsible. So we don't have to sit up here and talk out the back of our you-know-whats and wonder what's being done. It's not a game of, well, you go on a little treasure hunt and try to find out this information. No, you all inform us of what you are doing. That's your responsibility. It's not a big secret. And you all need to quit acting like it is. I do appreciate you, Commissioner Jay, for the lesson that you gave to the county today on that whole issue about the merit board. That's good stuff. I like that. But I just got a few seconds, so do your jobs, okay? Quit trying to define your jobs after you get in office.
Thank you. And I would like to encourage anyone out there that's listening, if you have specific questions, please start out with calling your county commissioner or email your county commissioner. I think I speak for most of us here when I tell you we do return our phone calls, we do answer our emails, and we do try very hard to be responsive to anyone that contacts us. So that would be my initial recommendation to the gentleman and anyone else that has specific questions. Please start out by contacting your county commissioner. Thank you. Next item, please.
I'm going to do 57.
Mm-hmm.
Item number 57 is discussion and approval of the May 2024 dates for commission work session and regular session meetings.
Thank you. I had asked that this be put on with a proposal made for one change. Everyone has received a copy of the proposed meetings for 2024. The way it stands right now in the month of May, if you all would please consider this, the schedule reads that we will have workshop on Monday, May 20th, and the regular commission meeting on the 27th. I am proposing that be pushed back a week so that our workshop is on Monday the 13th and that our regular commission meeting is on Monday the 20th. Doing this allows us to free up the Memorial Day holiday and not have to have a meeting in that week. I've already checked and Drew has confirmed that both the main assembly, this assembly room is available for both of those substitute dates. So I would like to make a motion that we approve the 2024 calendar with the changes made on May 13th for workshop and May 20th for regular commission meeting.
Second.
All right, motion by Hill, second by Oster. Is there any other discussion on this? Yes, sir.
Just a comment. I'm already scheduled to be in New York in meetings all day for the 13th, but I've got no issue otherwise.
All right, thank you
I'll
for
be here the following week.
letting us know.
Yep.
Are there any other comments or conflicts, questions? All right, all those in favor of approving the 2024 calendar with those changes?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 58 is discussion of December zoning items, number 59 through 66.
Thank you. I will read each item. If a commissioner has a comment, please make it. Item 59 is mine, and I would like to discuss it next week during our zoning meeting. Item 60, Commissioner Daly.
Yes, this is at the crossroads of Chapman Highway, John Sevier, just down east a little bit. It's being asked to be 2 different times to be rezoned. Both times it was pulled before it got to this commission. And you might want, picture's worth 1,000 words on this one. If you're out my way, drive by there and you'll look. It's a big old deep ditch with caves and stuff like that. So the picture's worth 1,000 words, or you can take my word for it, whatever.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 61, Commissioner Lee.
I don't have anything to discuss on this item.
Thank you, item 62, Commissioner Lee.
I have nothing on this one as well.
All right, item 63 is mine, and 64, and 65, and 66. And I will save all of my comments until next week on those. Next item, please. I believe that is it.
Madam Chair.
Life does not have to be perfect to be wonderful. Hang on. That's my goodbye to you. Thank you. Commissioner Frazier.
Sorry, I had just a comment, a general comment on zonings.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I did not ask our at-larges, either one of them. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I just wanted to bring to Commission's attention that we have started to see some of the justification in the staff reports that it's because of decisions that have been made in the past that they are using to justify future approvals. And you should really, really take some time and look at that because that may be before your time. It could have been during your time, but sometimes those decisions weren't always the best. And then also, just to remind everyone, this Saturday is a pretty busy Saturday. We have Reads Across America. We also have the Empty Stocking Fund. So there's great ways for everybody to take the family out and get involved.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Daly?
Thank you. Follow up on that. If you're not busy Thursday at 11 o'clock, we'll be unloading 500 plus boxes at John Sevier Veterans Cemetery. And 10 o'clock is wreath laying on Saturday. Thank you.
All reasons of why life doesn't have to be perfect to be wonderful. And seeing no lights, we are adjourning this meeting. Thank you.